and gentlemen, it's a kind request. Please take your seats, be fast, so we can continue with our sessions without any delay. Check, okay.
यस हाँ मैं डाल देता हूँ, जो भी अवेलेबल है मैं दे रहा हूँ सबका नाम।
मैडम
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a kind request to all our guests to kindly settle down. Please take your seats so we can now begin with the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of SRAM, I hope you have enjoyed your lunch and you're re-energized and re-pumped to start with the sessions, yes? Yes, are we? Come on, we can have a louder, you can either clap louder, you can talk louder, come on. Yes? Are we ready for the sessions to start? All right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, our session 2 is going to start. And the topic is use of MSME steel in government infrastructure projects. And I'll be calling the chairman and the panelists on stage. It's a humble request to kindly show your appreciation for them by having a huge round of applause for everybody who will come on stage. Yes, now that we have had lunch, so we all are re-energized, yes? All right. So I would like to call on our chairman, Shri Sushim Banerjee ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Sushim Banerjee ji, Director General, INSDAG. Welcome, sir. Now we have our panelists with us. May I please call on stage Shri R.K. Pandey ji. Yes, with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He's a member project NHAI. Now let's give a really warm welcome to Shri Lokesh Singh ji. Can we have an encouraging round of applause for Shri Lokesh Singh ji? He's the director, RDSO. Now may I please invite Shri Sanjeev Maini ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sanjeev? He's a scientist, Metallurgical Department, BIS. May I please invite on stage Shri S.D. Dhote ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri S.D. Dhote ji? He's the Chief Engineer, MSRDC. Welcome, sir. Now may I please invite on stage Shri D.B. Soni ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri D.B. Soni ji? He's the SRAM member. Now may I humbly invite on stage Shri Mohan D. Machiwala ji. He's the Chief Engineer, MCGM. And may I please request Miss Radhika Markanji to please come on stage, and joining her we have Mr. Rajkumar Markan, who's the chairman of HNK India. Can we have an encouraging round of applause for them? Ms. Radhika Markanji is also the director, HNK Rolling Engineering, NG. Now, to do the honors, that is to felicitate our panelists and our chairman, I would like to call on stage Shri Hiralal Dargar ji from Metro Ispat. Can we have Mr. Hiralal ji over here? Yes, sir. Can we have an encouraging round and appropriate applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, please. Sir, may I request you to kindly felicitate Shri Sushim ji over here? Welcome, sir. Sushim Banerjee ji. तालियों पे टैक्स नहीं लगता है, let me tell you. Thank you. Now may I request Shri Dinesh Agarwal ji from Rupam Steel Jalna to please come on stage and felicitate Shri R.K. Pandey ji. Can we have an applause for both of them, please, and Shri Dinesh Agarwal ji. To felicitate Shri R.K. Pandey ji with an applause, with an applause. Now may I please request Shri Sher Singh ji Agarwal to please come on stage. Sher Singh ji Agarwal from Shri Vaishnav Ispat to please come and felicitate Shri Lokesh Singh ji with an applause, with some claps, with some appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you. Now may I please call Jitendra ji from SRJ PT Group. So may I please request you to felicitate Shri Sanjeev Maini ji. Yes, let's have an applause, please. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now may I request Mr. Amit Bhuraya ji from Bhagwati Steel to felicitate Shri S.D. Dhote ji, please. Yes, let's have a warm welcome to them, please. May I request Mr. Mahesh Garg ji from Thane Steel to please come here and felicitate Shri D.B. Soni ji. Thank you, sir. May I invite Shri Dinesh Mehta ji, New Steel Private Limited, to come on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And felicitate Shri Mohan ji Mashiwal ji. Sir, can you come here so we can have a nice photo op? Thank you. Thank you. May I please invite on stage Shri Radhesham Sarda ji, DP Ispat, to please come and felicitate Miss Radhika Markanji. And Mr. Rajkumar Markanji. Can we please request Anil Goyal ji from Kalika Steel to please come and felicitate sir and ma'am? Yes, with an applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome all the panelists, the chairman. It's genuinely a pleasure and honor to have each one of you to take out your precious time and be a part of this wonderful, wonderful event. And now let me tell you that a moderator, there is a session moderator for today who's going to extract all the information and all the insights from our panelists is Shri D.B. Soni ji. So let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. And over to you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, me, for inviting in this panel discussion. I have been asked to act as a moderator as well as panelist. I will request all the members to be specific, and instead of presentation, let us have interactive session. We will have many rounds of discussion. So it is not that you will be given chance only once. You will be given chance many times. We will have 2-3 rounds. So if you talk less than 2 minutes in each of your presentation, it will be better and the session will be more interactive. I start the tone with myself. I am representing SRMA. First of all, the people sitting over here, इनके स्टील से 70% इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर 70% इंडिया बना है ये, और इंडिया में आज तक एक या दो ही ऐसे केसेस है जहां पर स्टील का फेलियर हुआ है और उसके कारण कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को डैमेज हुआ है, ऐसी कोई न्यूज़ अभी तक हमारे पढ़ने में है। किसी के पढ़ने में है तो आई डोंट नो। एंड 70% इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जिस स्टील से बना है उसको आज भी गवर्नमेंट के टेंडर में इस तरह देखा जाता है कि सम ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स में ऐसा लिखा है टेंडर में कि स्टील फ्रॉम प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर। व्हाट डज मीन प्राइमरी? प्राइमरी मीन्स आयरन ओर से बनना चाहिए, ऐसा जो इंस्पेक्शन करने के लिए अथॉरिटीज आती है फैक्ट्रीज पे और स्टील को इंस्पेक्शन करने के लिए ऐसे कहते हैं। दे अप्रिशिएट प्राइवेटली कि आपका स्टील बहुत अच्छा है, इट इज़ पासिंग ऑल केमिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़, इट इज़ पासिंग ऑल फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़, इसके ट्रैम्प एलिमेंट नहीं है, एवरीथिंग इज़ बेटर देन द प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर। प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर नाम लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं, आप सबको मालूम है, कोई 100 साल से है, कोई 50 साल से है, कोई अभी अभी आए है, पर इनकी एक दबावगढ़ जो काम करता है सरकारी संस्थाओं पे, ये एमएसएमई सेक्टर को एक प्रकार से थोड़ा सा दूर रखे करता है कोई गवर्नमेंट पार्टिसिपेशन में से, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पार्टिसिपेशन। आज का ये सेशन भी उसी के लिए है कि इतने बड़े वाइटल सेक्टर को आप इस तरह से दूर रखते हैं, तो क्यों रखते हैं, हमें ये जानना है। आज आप बैठे हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्डर्स यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, हमारे में क्या कमी है और हमारे में वो कमी नहीं है, हम आपको बताना चाहते हैं ये सब पैनल के माध्यम से, ये सब डिस्कशन के माध्यम से। एक तो ऑल वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज, पर्टिकुलरली यूरोप एंड अमेरिका, 95% of the construction steel is used through the reprocessing or the recycling medium. ये आपको मानना पड़ेगा सर कि 95% स्टील वहाँ पे रिसाइकलिंग मेथड्स यूज करता है। रादर दे हैव प्लेस्ड, सभी ने पेरिस प्रोटोकॉल साइन किया है और उन्होंने कहा है कि हम रिसाइकलिंग पे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जोर देंगे। एंड व्हाट इज रॉन्ग इन रिसाइकलिंग स्टील? इट इज स्टील ऑलरेडी मेड, इतने अच्छे केमिकल प्रॉपर्टीज उसमें रहते हैं, व्हाई नॉट यू आर यूजिंग इट एंड व्हाई यू आर स्पेसिफाइंग दिस? आज कई लोगों ने, आज हमारी इंडस्ट्री जो है वो पुरानी नहीं रही। 30 साल पहले टॉन्ग्समन्स रोल में से बाहर आया हुआ सलिया दूसरे रोलिंग मिल में लगाता था, उस टाइप का एक जो इमेज लेकर के गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटीज बैठे हैं, उससे वो लोग बाहर नहीं आए। आज एमएसएमई सेक्टर में विदाउट टेंसाइल टेस्टिंग मशीन, कंप्यूटराइज्ड टेंसाइल टेस्टिंग मशीन, विदाउट स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर, विदाउट कंटिन्यूअस कास्टर, वी कांट मेक स्टील, वी डोंट इवन थिंक ऑफ मेकिंग स्टील। हम वो स्टील ही नहीं बना सकते। आज उसका एक जो बेसिक स्केलिंग है, बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, वो चाहिए ही हमको। इतने अच्छे स्टील बनाने वाले मेथड से इतना अच्छा स्टील बनाते हैं हम लोग। और आपके इसमें नाइदर, आज जो बिग प्रोड्यूसर है वो जियोग्राफिकली इतने जगह पर कॉन्सेंट्रेट है कि दे कैन नॉट कैटर टू द होल इंडिया, पूरे इंडिया को वो लोग कैटर नहीं कर सकते। हम लोग सर्विसेज दे सकते हैं, ईच जियोग्राफिकली ईच सेक्टर को कैटर कर सकते हैं। और पोस्ट ऑपरेशन सर्विसेज, चाहे सर्विसेज में कट एंड बेंड हो या कोई साइट सर्विसेज हो, ये भी आ जाता है, ये हम लोग दे सकते हैं। एमएसएमई आपको देता नहीं, उनके पास पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब जोरों पे चलता है तो कहीं जगह साइट रुक जाते हैं क्योंकि स्टील का साइज अवेलेबल नहीं है या क्वांटिटी अवेलेबल नहीं है। बिग प्रोड्यूसर फ्लैट बनाने में लगे हैं एंड दे जस्ट ओवरलुक दिस पर्टिकुलर इन गवर्नमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वेयर द टीएमटी और रिबार्स इज रिक्वायर्ड। इतने अच्छे सेक्टर के बारे में अभी और भी हम छोटे छोटे ऐसे, मैं ज़्यादा बड़ा मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं, और एक बार मौका मिलेगा तो मैं सबसे पहले बैनर्जी साहब को इनवाइट करता हूं कि वो अपना यूज रखे, बिकॉज ही इज द रिप्रेजेंटिंग द बॉडी विच इज प्रमोटिंग द स्टील। प्लीज।
Very good afternoon. I must thank SRAM to invite me for sharing my thoughts with you. The subject of this session is infrastructure and role of MSME. Now this is a very, very pertinent topic because infrastructure, if you see, the total consumption of steel consumption in India, out of that around 60 to 62% steel goes for infrastructure and construction. That means last year we consumed about 90.5 million tons of steel, and that means about more than 56 million tons of steel has been consumed by the infrastructure and construction sector. So this is the biggest sector that is now in our economy, which is contributing to the GDP also. And any steel producing nation which is growing, the role of infrastructure is maximum. Because on the other hand, many of us had this wrong notion that, you know, when the economy grows, it reaches to a plateau, and after that, steel industry becomes the sunset industry. However, if you look at USA, for instance, USA had reached a pinnacle of their steel production and consumption, and once again, they are coming up as the economy is growing. They are once again making, you know, their infrastructure spending one of the highest in the world. That is $1.7 trillion will be invested in either expanding or replacing the existing infrastructure, which is already in a very pretty bad shape. So economy grows if the infrastructure grows, or the other way around. And what is the basic determinant of infrastructure, how this sector can grow? It grows only with the investment. That is the fixed capital formation. If it goes up, only then the infrastructure will grow and GDP will also grow. Currently, China, there is a lot of comparison with Chinese growth and our growth. Now China is consuming around 650 to 700 million tons of steel, and there the investment in infrastructure is about 42%, whereas in our case, in India, it is stagnant at 28.5% for the last 3 years. This is the single most determinant factor which will take Indian steel consumption at a very high level, provided our fixed asset investment or fixed capital formation in infrastructure grows up. However, one thing you must keep it in mind, that steel intensity actually is coming down. Steel intensity in GDP coming down, steel intensity in investment coming down. Why? The basic fact is that now more and more high-grade steel, light gauge, high-performance steel is available, which reduces the volume. And therefore, if it reduces the volume, it becomes more sustainable, it becomes more environment friendly. And that is why all over the world, wherever earlier infrastructure has consumed, say, 1 lakh tons of steel, now it can be made with 40,000 tons of steel. That means steel intensity is coming down, and therefore, this fact we'll also have to keep it in mind. Now coming back to the role of the SME sector, since morning, I think some JPC data was also shown. JPC is the official data bank in our country. That shows more than, about 47% of finished steel consumption is by the MSME sector, which is a huge quantity and which is growing over the years. Although the capacity utilization in electric arc furnace, in induction furnace, and also in the re-rolling sector, it is quite high. In the re-rolling sector, it is nearly about 80%. However, in induction furnace and electric arc furnace, it is less than 72 or 70%. So that has to come up. And once this infrastructure demand goes up, I am sure role of MSME will be pretty high, and they will also contribute to a large extent for this making up of this 300 million tons of steel, which the Honorable Minister has told by 2030-31. Now, if you see category-wise production and the role of MSME, MSME is a very strong player in bars and rods, that is the reinforcement bar and structural steel. However, one thing we are forgetting, that MSME is now coming up as a big player in cold rolling side for their narrow width cold rollers, in galvanizing and coated products. Their share of the market is more than 50%. It is nearly 60-65% because of the huge tonnage that they are giving. In pipes, the share of the MSME sector is quite high. Even in tin plate is also quite high. In alloy steel and special steel, both in non-flat and flat, the percentage share of MSME is quite high. So gentlemen, let us not confuse that MSME means only reinforcement bar and structural steel. This wide coverage of the product mix is the single factor that contributes to the growth of the MSME sector. And once, we are pretty sure that once the infrastructure grows, the machinery and equipment sector, the engineering goods sector also have to grow, because they will be the major supplier of machine and equipments. And there also, the role of MSME will be predominant in these various downstream products, starting from plate, hot roll coil, cold roll coil, and galvanized and coated products, pipes and tin plates. So, so far as the government projects are concerned, I need not tell you the big amount that everybody knows, particularly in the railway or the dedicated freight corridor or the metro rail. Huge amount has been announced. In the road projects particularly, which is now renamed as the Bharatmala project, which will be interconnectivity with all the, you know, consumption points or the regional points throughout the country. There also the role of infrastructure and the role of steel is predominant. Like for instance, when a road is built up, in our country, the actual use of steel in making roads is somewhat lower compared to what they are having in the other countries like in CRCP. It is not being used widely in our country, but in other countries, CRCP roads, if any of you happen to visit Beijing, you must have seen the national highways. And what is the amount of steel they have used? The total road infrastructure, starting from crash barrier, starting from signages, the signals, the other handrails, everything is made of steel. So, and this steel will be, you know, the amount is actually as per the safety norms of the IRC code also, the use of crash barrier, particularly in the hilly roads, is a mandatory. In our country, however, there is many relaxations in these mandatory things, and that is why the road accidents, the number of road accidents is going up. I think this is the only area where, you know, even MSME also can take it up very strongly with the road ministry, so that, you know, all these roads are covered with the, you know, the crash barriers and handrails, which will prevent accidents. Then, for instance, you know, in the defense, that is another sector which has now been opened up, and they have made a plan that up to 2022, that means in another next 5 years, 1.7 trillion rupees will be spent to manufacture, you know, the starting from the arms, the guns, the bullets, submarines, the ships, everything will be built in, you know, India, because of the various, you know, innovative and structural steel also is coming up in a big way. So these are the, you know, some of the very rosy picture of the infrastructure sector. And MSME sector, please do not consider yourself to be confined only for the structural steel. You widen your product coverage. I am sure some of those who are making, you know, alloys and special steel, the very good market is emerging. The kind of forecast that we see for the next 3-4 years and another 5 years time, all this sector will have a hand-in-hand growth together. So there is a big role for the MSME sector. Only one thing I think which is very much of concern to you, the raw material, the supply of iron ore, the supply of coking coal, and the transportation of those materials from the, you know, evacuation point to the, you know, mills. That is one of the where there is a big role for the infrastructure. There are also, you know, good roads, good rail facility and coastal movement. So friends, it is a infrastructure. If you talk of it, it is a very bright area. It is a very, you know, growing area, one of the most growing area. And if the economy has to grow, Indian economy has to grow, which all forecasters they are saying, starting from IMF, Fitch, World Bank, ADB, everybody is forecasting the highest growth rate GDP in India, and infrastructure is the only key to that growth rate. So, and MSME has a very big role to play. Thank you very much.
MSRDC is an institute which is responsible for the infrastructure building in Mumbai and around area. And they have their experience with the MSME sector. They are using it in many of their projects. I now request Sri S.D. Dhoteji to present his views on this subject.
While inviting me for this conference, I was told that I have to make presentation of the MSRDC projects. but unfortunately the subject has been changed. So, in briefly, I will tell you what MSRDC is doing in infrastructure projects. Recently, MSRDC has undertaken this work of Nagpur Mumbai Super Communication Expressway that will be costing around 30,000 crores. Then Warsaw-Bandra Sea Link has been undertaken by MSRDC that is costing 7,000 crore, and other similar projects have been undertaken by MSRDC. So for helping steel sector, MSRDC as an infrastructure company can undertake more and more products, more and more projects, and utilize the maximum steel to the maximum extent. As far as MSRDC goes, our only requirement is that the steel used on the works should conform to the latest IS, relevant IS codes, latest. So that is our only requirement, and on some of the projects we utilize these MSME products. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhoteji. Municipal Council of Mumbai creates lot of infrastructure. We can call it as a civic infrastructure, and they also require steels at many places, particularly the contractor of the municipal councils, and the tendering document and the specification are normally specified in those steels. I now request Sri Mohan Machiwalji, Chief Engineer, Municipal Council of Greater Mumbai, MCGM, to present his views.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for calling me here. Today, the theme of this session is how rerolled steel can be enhanced, use of rerolled steel can be enhanced in government projects. I have been attending a half session before this, and I have seen that there are so many काफ़ी प्रतिक्रिया थी कि रिरोल स्टील को गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में बढ़ावा नहीं देते. Why do you have this in your mind? जब आप ये कहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट में ओनली प्राइमरी स्टील यूज़ किया जाता है एंड सेकेंडरी स्टील इज ऑफ द सेम क्वालिटी एज ऑफ प्राइमरी स्टील, तो वो क्यों यूज़ नहीं होता है? इसके ऊपर आप लोगों ने कुछ मंथन करना चाहिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, व्हेन यू गो टू एनी डॉक्टर, देर आर सो मेनी डॉक्टर इन अ लाइन, but when you go to one doctor, he may suggest you aspro, somebody may suggest you some paracetamol, somebody may suggest you something else. Like that, you should tap the sources of material where your rerolled steel can be enhanced through technical abilities. Who are the people? Just some moment back I heard from that gentleman that in government sector, government officials had been pressurized to use certain make of steel, for example, primary steel. I don't agree with him. You know, today is this is a era of transparency. Nowadays, everybody knows what is happening where and which is a good product, which is a bad product, because people are educated nowadays. See, what was happening 2 decades ago, that has changed totally. Nowadays, unfortunately, you may find 2 days back there was a big accident, but I don't want to go into those details. Thing is that when you say that rerolled steel is of the best quality, then why it is not being used? So you should find out those solutions, and you should explore possibility that you should put forward with the technocrats that rerolled steel is of the best quality. When we talk about a government official and the planning of project, use of material, etc., then we are, as an administrator, we are totally depending upon certain technocrats who advises us. For example, I would say a lobby of a consultant. Second, those lobby, they are totally depending upon the BIS. When you talk about BIS, you are saying that your steel is of better quality. But has anybody tried to find out why it is not used with the same amount of steel as a primary steel? No. So my request is that instead of having these blame games, you should try to explore possibilities. You should tap the resources in such a way that your steel is of the best quality and how maximum it can be used efficiently in all the infrastructure projects. Now I'll just brief about my project. Mumbai Municipal Corporation is coming up with a coastal road project. I am in charge of that project. So my steel requirement is very huge. You know, I am afraid that whether primary steel will be able to meet that requirement or not. I have to complete this project in 4 years, where my steel requirement is about 1,30,000 metric ton. That's including reinforcement as well as secondary steel, which is required for scaffolding and all that. So such a huge requirement, when I start my project, I have to plan that this material should be available in 3 years, so that I'll be able to complete my project within timeline. So these are the things. When I plan my project, I am afraid from where to explore the supply of material. This is our fear. Secondly, when we plan, we have to see social impact, we have to see technical impact, we have to see economy. These all things, considering together, we have to plan the project. So for this purpose, only any government official is to be blamed that they are not using our steel and only primary steel has been given preferences is not true. So my appeal to your association is that you please try to tap the proper sources. We are always there to encourage you, and if it is definitely compatible, as good as primary steel, satisfying all IS code certification and all that, will definitely, I assure that with the proper technical guidance, we will definitely try to use rerolled steel. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Machawalji, for your views, and his advice is worth noting for all the members of SRMA, that we should explore, we should go to them and we should convince. Now I will call Shri Lokesh Singh ji. He is from Railway Department, Director RDSO, to present his views. Lokesh Singh.
Good afternoon, Shram. As you know, RDSO is a bit technical word. और आफ्टर नून लंच का सेशन हो और टेक्निकल बातें की जाएं तो शायद नींद आती है. तो आई होप आई विल ट्राई टू जस्टिफाई माय प्रेजेंटेशन. प्लीज. How many of you know about the Ministry of Railways? कितने लोग काम कर रहे हैं? जानते तो हैं सभी लोग. कितने लोग काम कर रहे हैं रेलवे के साथ में? हाथ उठा सकते हैं? बहुत कम. RDSO से तो मैं गेस कर सकता हूँ, 0 फिगर होगी. RDSO के बारे में जानते हैं? What is this RDSO? I don't know whether my platter is suiting to your steel conclave or not, but I'll try to give not the preach, guide and teach कि आप कुछ लेके जाएं आज मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन से, जिससे रेलवे में आपको एंट्री मिल सके. When you see the tenders of the railways, you might be finding there are certain items reserved for the RDSO. RDSO वर्ड आता है तो लोगों के मन में खटकने लगता है ये है क्या चीज. तो हम उसी पे बात करेंगे क्या चीज है. नो डाउट देयर आर सो मेनी हंड्रेड्स ऑफ आइटम्स आर देयर एंड उसमें से बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो आपसे डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड हैं, बट यू डोंट नो एंड यू आर नॉट एबल टू डू द बिजनेस विद द रेलवेज एंड आप फिर कोसते रहते हैं रेलवे को. बेसिकली आई विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट द RDSO अप्रूवल प्रोसेस. आप लोगों में से कोई गेस कर सकता है रेलवे कितना बिजनेस करती है साल में? कोई वाइल्ड गेस? नींद नहीं आएगी, प्लीज. गेस भी नहीं करना चाहते? इसको गिन लीजिए, नीचे की लाइन पढ़ लीजिए. 50,000 करोड़ का ये रेलवे बिजनेस प्रोक्योरमेंट करती है एनुअली. कुछ पोटेंशियल एरिया जो कि अभी आने जा रहे हैं, आई एम अनफॉर्चुनेटली आज पता नहीं कैसे टेक्निकली इट्स नॉट सपोर्टिंग दिस सॉफ्टवेयर, फोटोग्राफ नहीं दिखा पा रहा मैं आपको। बेसिकली द DFC बात की थी किसी ने, उसमें एक अच्छा पोटेंशियल है और ये जो 50,000 करोड़ है मल्टीप्लाई हो जाएगा। इसी तरह से ऑल द कोचेज ऑफ रेलवेज आर गोइंग टू बी अपग्रेडेड इन द LHB वर्जन एंड दैट विल आल्सो जनरेट द वॉल्यूम। इसके अलावा वैगन प्रोडक्शन दिस ईयर इज गोइंग टू बी मेड 25,000, तो ये भी बहुत, अभी तो 10,000 8,000 के करीब बनते हैं। इसके अलावा जो आपका डायरेक्टली लिंक्ड एरिया, बिकॉज आई वॉज नॉट टोल्ड व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ ऑडियंस आई एम गोइंग टू एड्रेस, तो मैंने लास्ट में देखा कि सर्टेन एरियाज आर देयर विच आर डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड विद यू, स्टील राउंड, स्प्रिंग स्टील राउंड्स, हेलिकल कॉइल स्प्रिंग, ये सारे एक एरिया हैं जिसमें आप डायरेक्टली जा सकते हैं एंड उसको अप्रूव RDSO करता है। बाकी कहीं डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली RDSO इन्वॉल्व होगा। कुछ वर्ड्स आएंगे कि क्या है, चूंकि टेक्निकल है तो बहुत सारे वर्ड का कंफ्यूजन होगा, तो मैं आपके 5 मिनट लूंगा। जैसे कि देख रहे हैं स्प्रिंग स्टील राउंड के लिए STR गवर्निंग है 16, व्हाट इज दिस STR, कंफ्यूज होंगे। हॉट कॉइल्ड हेलिकल स्प्रिंग के लिए STR 17, उसके लिए कुछ मशीनें होती हैं। इसी तरह जो क्या किस व्हाट आर द साइजेज ऑफ द स्प्रिंग्स, यू कैन सी इन फ्रेट वी हैव 18 to 20 mm, 22 mm कोचिंग, 22 to 45 लोको में ये है। अगर आप रेलवे के टेंडर देखें तो यू कैन फाइंड 3,50,000 नंबर ऑफ वेंडर्स। ये जो 50,000 की बात हो रही थी उसकी बात हो रही है। अगर इफ यू सी द पाई ऑफ द बिजनेस, लाल वाला पूरा रेलवे है, सेकंड में कौन आ रहा है, MES। बेसिकली जो द टॉपिक विच आई विल बी कवरिंग, आपको बीच में देखा होगा STR शब्द आया था, तो बात आई कि कैसे प्रोडक्ट रेलवे में सेलेक्ट करें। उसके लिए नटसेल में एक वेंडर डायरेक्टरी आइटम होता है, that you can go in the RDSO website and you can find, I will be showing the link, presentation I will be leaving here, those who are interested they can read it again and apply for the registration. STRs I will be talking, and what are the mandatory requirement for the RDSO and online application, how to put up and how you are upgraded. These are the vendor directories divided in 4 areas। जो बात हो रही थी आइटम कैसे सेलेक्ट करें, क्या बनाना है, तो आपको ये 4 एरियाज होते हैं रेलवेज के, मैकेनिकल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, सिविल। उसके नीचे आप देख रहे होंगे छोटे से लिखा हुआ है, they are the subheading like coaching, wagons, locomotive, electricals you can see, civil likewise, civil also you can see, SNT means electronics। basically since you are the steel manufacturer, so your area is basically the mechanical, इसमें आपको जाना है and you can find out those items, that is, and this vendor directory is published every after 6 months, 1 जनवरी को आती है, 1 जुलाई को आती है, और बीच बीच में कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स आएंगे। ये this is the link, here you can find out the vendor directory। Already I have shown how to get the STRs and specification, again the picture was shown, unfortunately it's not supporting उसको। आप जहाँ पर vendor interface is given in the RDSO website, you can find out there कि क्या STR means schedule of technical requirements, क्या मशीनें आपको लगानी उस प्रोडक्ट के लिए। तो RDSO है defined clearly what are the machines you have to put in so that your investment is very optimum। Number of items, about 300 items are there. Number of vendors are almost 2,000 something. You can see here in the figure, mechanical, electrical, civil. This has been shown. Out of this, about 38% are the MSME. MSME मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं, क्या आपको प्रिविलेज है, आपको मालूम है प्रिविलेज क्या होता है रेलवे में, सर्टेन क्वांटिटी इज रिजर्व फॉर यू। इसके अलावा कुछ बातें आएंगी कि आप यू मे बी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड आफ्टर रीडिंग दिस वेंडर डायरेक्टरी की कुछ आइटम्स इसमें मिल ही नहीं रहे। तो रेलवे इज एक मल्टी डिपार्टमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट बटाव। कोर है जो कि इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन को डील करता है, लाइकवाइज रेल्स बोर्ड से ऑर्डर होता है। सिमिलरली कोचेज जो बनते हैं, जो जिसमें पैसेंजर कोच, ट्रेन जो बेसिकली होती है वो कहाँ से बनते हैं, ICF, दीज आर दी कॉल्ड प्रोडक्शन यूनिट्स, ICF चेन्नई, RCF कपूरथला, एंड वन मोर यूनिट हैज कम अप, दैट इज MCF रायबरेली। Beside that we have CLW, DLW for making locomotive। तो वहाँ से कुछ आइटम्स अगर आपको नहीं मिलते तो आप गिवन द लिंक, उनके साइट पे जाइए, एग्जैक्टली द सेम प्रोसीजर इज फॉर देम आल्सो। तो उसी मेरी इस एफर्ट के साथ आप वहाँ भी अपना काम कर सकते हैं। ऑलरेडी आई टोल्ड यू कि SMEs आर अबाउट 38%, इट्स नॉट विजिबल। कुछ ऐसे भी आइटम्स हैं in which we have less than 3 vendors, even in some items we have 0 vendors। How to apply, you need to pay 1,50,000 for the vendor registration, 2,50,000 for other than MSEs। those items which are not having any vendors, means less than 3 vendors, we don't charge any fees. ठीक है? कुछ वेंडर डायरेक्टरीज में आपको शब्द कंफ्यूज करेंगे, आपके उसके समझने के लिए मैंने दे रखे एम फॉर इज माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज, एस इज स्मॉल, ओ टी एच इज अदर. Basically 20% of the tender quantity reserved for the MSCs. Approval process hai, and it is going to take time. I think you can, since we have been given limited time, so I think I should not repeat it. If you want to, with this, I'll take 5 minutes. Because RDSO को इसके लिए आपको consultant लेना पड़ेगा. Because since I have been in headquarter, I know तो जो interested हैं, or those who want to expand their business, they can. इससे आपको बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी. आपको क्या करना है, एनी वेंडर कैन अप्लाई फॉर एनी आइटम. तो कोई रिजर्व, कई लोग आपसे कंफ्यूज करेंगे ये तो फ्रीज है, ऐसा नहीं है. आरडीएसओ इज ओपन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. इनिशियल एप्लीकेशन फॉर वेंडर ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑनलाइन. अर्लियर इट यूज्ड टू बी मैनुअल सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग. बहुत से लोग परेशान रहते थे, बार बार दौड़ना पड़ता था. इन लास्ट 3 months वी हैव मेड इट ऑनलाइन, फुल्ली ऑनलाइन. पैसा भी अगर जमा करना है वो भी ऑनलाइन से होगा. STR, स्पेक, एवरीथिंग इज ऑनलाइन. This is a link where you can get the application. Unfortunately, this is not supporting. You need to, when you will be applying for the this vendor registration, तो आपको 2 चीज़ों की जरूरत पड़ेगी. User ID, I don't know. Anything is there? फीस मैंने बता दिया, ये भी ऑनलाइन हो जाएगा. हाँ, मेन जगह पे. ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं जो आपको अपलोड करने होंगे. ठीक है, तो ये बात की बात है. जैसे आपने पासपोर्ट में एप्लीकेशन लगाई होगी, एग्जैक्टली ऑन सेम पैटर्न इट्स वर्किंग, वेयर यू नीड टू हैव योर डॉक्यूमेंट्स इन रेडी कंडीशन, स्पेसिफिकेशन कंप्लायंस, यस आर इन नो फॉर्मेट, STR कंप्लायंस पैरावाइज, एंड QAP ऑलरेडी फॉर्मेट हैज बीन गिवन. सो आपको केवल उसका फॉर्मेट देखना है, हेडिंग्स देखनी है, फिलअप कर देना है. फैक्ट्री लाइसेंस, NSIC, SSI, ऑल दीज मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट्स लाइक एनेक्सर A1 to A5, ये लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं. ये अपलोड भी किए जाएंगे, इसकी कॉपी हमको भेजनी भी पड़ेगी. ठीक है, ये एक थोड़ा सा है जिसको कि मैंने अंडरलाइन कर दिया, तो पढ़ लीजिएगा. बिसाइड दिस वी नीड ISO सर्टिफिकेट, लेटेस्ट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल एंड लेटर ऑफ ऑथराइजेशन. ठीक है, ये जैसे ही डॉक्यूमेंट आपके रेडी होते हैं, आप कंप्यूटर पर बैठ जाइए, ऑनलाइन RDSO साइट पर जाइए, rdso.indianrailway.gov.in. वेंडर इंटरफेस इज एक्सक्लूसिव योर डोमेन. टास्क बार में जाएंगे, वेंडर इंटरफेस दिखेगा, स्क्रॉल डाउन करिए, उस पर ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन होगी. ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन पहले पूछेगा कि आप यूजर ID क्या है, पासवर्ड. तो वो जैसे आपने अपना जनरेट किया था वहाँ पर पासपोर्ट साइट पे, एग्जैक्टली ऑन सेम पैटर्न इज वर्किंग. जैसे ही जनरेट हो जाएगा, ऑल दी डिटेल्स यू नीड टू अपलोड, जो अभी मैंने बताया पहले. ठीक है, इसके बाद आपकी एप्लीकेशन जो है रेलवे के खाते में आ जाएगी. रेलवे विल स्टार्ट इट्स ओन वर्क. ठीक है, जो आपने डिक्लेरेशन दिया था उनका वेरिफिकेशन होगा. जैसे ही वेरिफिकेशन हो जाएगा, यू विल बी ट्रीटेड एज ए अप्रूव्ड सोर्स. पार्ट 2 जिसको लोग जानते होंगे, रेलवे में डील किया हो, दे विल बी ट्रीटेड एज पार्ट 2 सोर्स. नाउअडेज दे आर कॉल्ड एज ए डेवलपमेंटल सोर्सेज. आफ्टर सर्टेन टाइम, आफ्टर फुलफिलिंग परफॉर्मेंस क्राइटेरिया और क्वांटिटी क्राइटेरिया, यू विल बी अपग्रेडेड फ्रॉम द डेवलपमेंटल टू अप्रूव्ड सोर्स. ये कुछ टेक्निकल चीजें हैं, क्योंकि आपको इन द बिगिनिंग यू विल बी गेटिंग ओनली few % ऑफ द ऑर्डर. पहले आपको तुरंत ऑर्डर पूरा नहीं मिलेगा, कुछ समय बाद ही मिलेगा. तो वो क्राइटेरिया भी उसमें दिए हुए हैं. दिस इज ऑल व्हाट आई वांट टू टेल. एनीथिंग इफ यू वांट टू नो, यू कैन टेक माय नंबर. थैंक यू.
लोकेश सिंह जी,
नंबर यू कैन नोट डाउन 97176 40084. 97176 40084. Beside this, we have dedicated vendor support cell in RDSO. It is outsourced agency. They may not tell you the technical things. For technical things, you will have to contact us. छोटी मोटी चीजें आपको पढ़ने में नहीं आ रहा, डाउनलोड करने में नहीं आ रहा, they will help you. This number is given in that site in very bold letters. Anything? 97176 40084. Not clear? I am Lokesh Singh, Director RDSO, New Delhi. I sit in New Delhi. Basically, the RDSO is at Lucknow, head unit. But for the vendors purposes, it is divided in 4 parts. So zonal director sits at Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and one at Hyderabad. Thank you.
थैंक यू लोकेश सिंह जी। लोकेश सिंह जी ने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में पहले ही पूछा कि रेलवे के साथ कितने यहाँ पर लोग काम करते, तो 2 ही हाथ उठे। और योगेश जी, मुझे आपसे एक प्रॉमिस चाहिए कि नेक्स्ट टाइम जब ये इस तरह का कॉन्क्लेव होगा तो कम से कम 20 हाथ उठने चाहिए, और काफ़ी लोगों ने नंबर भी लिए हैं। और रेलवे एक वाइटल बायर है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की एक आर्म है, और जिसे हम लोगों ने अभी एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया, इनके रिक्वायरमेंट को एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया। डेफिनेटली एसआरएमए के मेंबर इसे एक्सप्लोर करेंगे लोकेश सिंह जी, और आपके पास अभी काफ़ी रजिस्ट्रेशन आएंगे, ऐसी मैं आशा करता हूँ। बीआईएस कोई भी नया चेंज आता है, जैसे कि बीआईएस कंपल्शन में जब आया था तो हम लोग थोड़े से गड़बड़ा गए थे, क्योंकि एनी चेंज हम पहले घबरा जाते हैं, लेकिन एमएसएमई सेक्टर ने बाद में इसे बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपना लिया, और आज ऑलमोस्ट एवरी यूनिट ऑफ एमएसएमई सेक्टर कंपलसरी रजिस्ट्रेशन में है और रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है बीआईएस में। बीआईएस के डायरेक्टर यहाँ पे, सॉरी साइंटिस्ट यहाँ पे श्री संजीव मैनी जी प्रेजेंट है, और वो अपना व्यू रखेंगे। उसके बाद इंडस्ट्री के वेटरन श्री मार्कन साहब को अपना व्यू रखना है। पहले संजीव जी से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, प्लीज़।
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीबॉडी। तो जैसा कि साहब ने बताया कि बीआईएस की रजिस्ट्रेशन के यहाँ पे कितने लोग होंगे, जरा हाथ बता के सकते हैं? तो काफ़ी लोग हैं यहाँ पे बीआईएस का जिनके पास लाइसेंस है। तो मैं सबसे पहले अपना जो बताऊंगा थोड़ा बीआईएस के बारे में बताऊंगा, और फिर आज का जो टॉपिक है उसके बारे में मैं थोड़ा बताऊंगा कि बीआईएस में स्मॉल स्केल और लार्ज स्केल में क्या डिफरेंस है, कुछ है कि नहीं है। तो सबसे पहले मैं ओवरव्यू देना चाहूँगा ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड्स का। जैसा कि आप सब जानते हो, बीआईएस यानी ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड, ये इंडिया की नेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स बॉडी है, जिसका काम है कि भारत के लिए मानक निर्धारण करना, भारत के लिए स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाना। इसका जो हेड ऑफिस है वो दिल्ली में है। मैं थोड़ा स्पीड में करूँगा क्योंकि टाइम लिमिट है। हमारे जो बीआईएस में लोकेशंस हैं, आप देखिएगा हर स्टेट में कम से कम एक ऑफिस बीआईएस का है, ताकि उस स्टेट के जितने भी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनको ज़्यादा दूर ना जाना पड़े। हमारे 5 रीजनल ऑफिसेज हैं जो कि सारे मेट्रोज में हैं। इसके सिवाय बीआईएस की जो 8 लेबॉर्ट्रीज भी हैं, जो कि 5 तो मेट्रोज में ही हैं, और उसके सिवाय बेंगलोर में है, पटना में है और गुवाहाटी में है। बीआईएस की मेन एक्टिविटीज़ क्या है? सबसे मेन एक्टिविटी जो बीआईएस की है वो तो आप सब जानते हैं। मेन जो बीआईएस बना गया है दैट वाज फॉर स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन। जब बीआईएस स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन जो है वो मेन एक्टिविटी है, और उसके साथ में जो एक मेजर एक्टिविटी जो स्टार्ट हुई है दैट इज़ फॉर सर्टिफिकेशन। तो आप लोग जितने भी कवर्ड हैं वो सर्टिफिकेशन एक्टिविटी से कवर्ड हैं। इसके सिवाय बीआईएस और भी काम करता है जो आपकी इंटरेस्ट के लिए, थोड़ा नॉलेज के लिए बताऊंगा। जैसे हॉलमार्किंग के आजकल काफ़ी कुछ चल रहा है, तो हॉलमार्किंग भी बीआईएस देखता है। इवन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम सर्टिफिकेशन, आईएसओ 9001, 14000, 18000, इन सब का भी देता है। इसके सिवाय टेस्टिंग लेबॉर्ट्रीज हैं, और एक बीआईएस का ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट भी है जहाँ पे कि टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। ऑब्जेक्टिव्स और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन में मैं ज़्यादा डल नहीं करना चाहूँगा। मैं स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन कैसे किया जाता है बीआईएस में? बीआईएस में एक एपेक्स बॉडी है जो कि बोलते हैं ब्यूरो। उसमें देन उसके नीचे एक स्टैंडर्ड एडवाइजरी कमेटी है। उसके नीचे 14 डिवीजन काउंसिल्स हैं। 14 डिवीजन काउंसिल्स किसके हिसाब से बनाए गए हैं कि कितने इंजीनियरिंग्स हैं, जैसे सिविल इंजीनियरिंग है, मेटलर्जिकल इंजीनियरिंग है, तो हर एक इंजीनियरिंग का एक अलग से डिवीजन काउंसिल्स हैं। और हर डिवीजन काउंसिल के नीचे सेक्शनल कमेटीज़ हैं। हर सेक्शनल कमेटी जो है वो किसी न किसी स्पेसिफिक टॉपिक के ऊपर स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाती है। जैसे कि जो आपके स्टैंडर्ड्स बनते हैं वो मोस्टली जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, जैसे IS 2062 है, ये सब MTD 4 जो सेक्शनल कमेटी है, रॉड स्टील सेक्शनल कमेटी, उसके नीचे बनाए जाते हैं। और इसके हिसाब से बीआईएस में टोटल 323 सेक्शनल कमेटीज़ हैं जो कि अलग अलग फील्ड के प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाती है। सेक्शनल कमिटीज़ के नीचे हमारे बहुत सारे पैनल्स होते हैं, क्योंकि जो एक्चुअल काम होता है, जो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन का, जो स्टैंडर्ड मानक निर्धारण का जो एक्चुअल काम होता है, वो छोटे छोटे एक वर्किंग ग्रुप बनाए जाते हैं, वो लोग बना के देते हैं। तो हमारे पास अबाउट 508 पैनल्स और सब कमिटीज़ भी हैं। ये जैसे मैंने बताया कि टेक्निकल सेक्टर, जो 14 टेक्निकल सेक्टर्स हैं, इसमें आप देखेंगे जितने भी इंजीनियरिंग के डिसिप्लिन हैं सब कवर हो जाता है। केमिकल, सिविल, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, सब टाइप के लिए अलग अलग डिवीजन काउंसिल है। अब सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ कि स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन कैसे किया जाता है। कई बार लोगों को लगता है कि ये बीएस में बैठ के 4 लोग आपस में बैठते हैं वहाँ पे और बोलते हैं स्टैंडर्ड निर्धारण हो गया, इसको पूरा इंडिया फॉलो करेगा। इस टाइप से नहीं है। बीएस की जो टेक्निकल कमिटीज़ होती हैं, टेक्निकल कमिटीज़ में ये ध्यान रखा जाता है कि हर सेक्टर को रिप्रेजेंट किया जाएगा। टेक्निकल कमिटीज़ में कम से कम 25 मेंबर होते हैं और ये ध्यान दिया जाता है कि जो मेंबर्स हैं उसमें कंज्यूमर्स भी होंगे, रेगुलेटरी और गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज़ भी होगी, इंडस्ट्रीज़ भी होंगे, साइंटिस्ट भी होगा, टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट भी होगा, टेस्टिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस भी होगा। तो इस टाइप से जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, जिनको भी वो स्टैंडर्ड्स में थोड़ा भी इंटरेस्ट है, वो सारे के सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स बीएस की टेक्निकल कमेटी में रिप्रेजेंट होते हैं और ये सारे मिल के बैठ के स्टैंडर्ड बनाते हैं। बीएस कुछ नहीं करता, बीएस खाली उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म देता है। बीएस का एक ऑफिसर होता है, जैसे कि मैं हूँ, मैं आई एक्ट ओनली एज ए मेंबर सेक्रेटरी, मतलब कि मैं सब लोग की व्यूज़ लेता हूँ, उसको कोलेट करता हूँ। तो हमारा रोल खाली ये होता है कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म देना, बाकी जो स्टैंडर्ड्स फिक्स करते हैं वो आप लोग ही करते हैं। तो ये एक ब्रीफ में मैं छोटा कैसे स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेट किया जाता है इसका एक डिस्क्रिप्शन है कि सबसे पहले एक न्यू वर्क आइटम प्रपोजल आता है कि जैसे किसी ने नया टाइप का स्टील बनाया, बोले हम लोग हॉट स्टैंपिंग का एक स्टील बनाना चाहते हैं। तो जो भी आदमी हॉट स्टैंपिंग का स्टील बना रहा है वो हमको हमारे पास प्रोजेक्ट भेजेगा कि हमने एक स्टैंडर्ड बनाया है, हमने एक नया प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, तो उसका हमको स्टैंडर्ड बनाना है। तो वो एक न्यू वर्क आइटम प्रपोजल हो गया विच कैन कम फ्रॉम एनी सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया। एनीबडी कैन से कि मैं ये स्टैंडर्ड बनाना चाहता हूँ। उसमें ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो टेक्निकल कमेटी का मेंबर हो या किसी का मेंबर हो। आप सीधा बीएस में लिख सकते हैं, एमटीडी में लिख सकते हैं, उसका मैं ईमेल भी बताऊंगा। आप लिख सकते हैं कि मेरा ये प्रोडक्ट है, इसका कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है, तो मैं इसका एक मानक निर्धारण करना चाहता हूँ। तो सबसे पहले जब न्यू वर्क आइटम आता है तो मैंने बताया कि एक टेक्निकल कमेटी है फॉर्म की हुई है हर डिवीजन काउंसिल के नीचे। वो टेक्निकल कमेटी उसको एनालाइज करती है कि आपका जो प्रोजेक्ट, आपका जो प्रपोजल आया है उसका क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है कि नहीं है, क्योंकि स्टैंडर्ड बनाने का फ़ायदा तभी है अगर स्टैंडर्ड यूज़ किए जाएँ, नहीं तो स्टैंडर्ड बनाते रहना और उसका कोई यूज़ नहीं होगा तो कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है। तो सबसे पहले स्टडी करते हैं कि उसका स्टैंडर्ड बनाने की ज़रूरत है कि नहीं। अगर ज़रूरत है तो फिर उसका एक वर्किंग ड्राफ्ट बनाया जाता है जो कि कमेटी मेंबर्स जितने भी अलग अलग फील्ड के स्टेक होल्डर्स रहते हैं सब बैठ के एक वर्किंग ड्राफ्ट बनाते हैं। उसके वर्किंग ड्राफ्ट को कमेटी मेंबर्स में सर्कुलेट करते हैं और कुछ कमेंट्स आते हैं तो एक पी ड्राफ्ट बनता है जिसको बोलते हैं प्रिलिमिनरी ड्राफ्ट। एक बार जब प्रिलिमिनरी ड्राफ्ट बन जाए, ये सारी जो काम होते हैं ये खाली कमेटी लेवल पे हो रहा है। इसके बाद पी ड्राफ्ट बनने के बाद ये वाइड सर्कुलेशन में भेजा जाता है। वाइड सर्कुलेशन में ये बीएस की वेबसाइट पर डाला जाता है और उस समय कोई भी सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, कोई भी आदमी उसको पढ़ के उसके ऊपर कमेंट कर सकता है। तो इस स्टेज में आप लोग की सबकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हमको चाहिए होती है ताकि जब जो स्टैंडर्ड बन रहा है, कई बार हम देखते हैं कि स्टैंडर्ड बन जाता है, उसके बाद रिप्रेजेंटेशंस आते हैं कि आपके स्टैंडर्ड में ये कमी है, इसमें ये गड़बड़ हो गई, इसमें वो सल्फर कंटेंट ज़्यादा हो गया, उसमें फॉस्फोरस कम हो गया। तो मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप बीएस की वेबसाइट पर जाएँ, उसमें आप देखेंगे कि बहुत सारे वाइड सर्कुलेशन ड्राफ्ट होते हैं। तो उस समय स्टेज होता है कि जब आप उस स्टैंडर्ड को पढ़ें और उसके ऊपर आपके पास जो भी कमेंट है, किसी भी टाइप का कमेंट हो, आप उसके ऊपर कमेंट जरूर किया करें, क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि हम WC तो करते हैं लेकिन कमेंट्स बहुत कम आते हैं। और जब एक बार स्टैंडर्ड बन जाता है उसके बाद कभी वो रेगुलेटर्स जो होते हैं उसको मैंडेटरी करते हैं, तब हमारे पास कमेंट्स की आने चालू हो जाते हैं कि ये गलत है, वो गलत है। तो उस स्टेज में फिर हमको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बढ़ाना पड़ता है, कभी स्टैंडर्ड चेंज करने पड़ते हैं। तो ये जब स्टैंडर्ड निर्धारण हो रहा है उस समय आपका कर्तव्य भी है कि जब भारत के लिए स्टैंडर्ड निर्धारण हो रहा है तो हर सिटीजन को उसको कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाहिए। और मेन जब आप मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, आपको ज़्यादा टेक्निकल नॉलेज है, तो आपको उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन WC स्टेज पे करना है। एक बार WC स्टेज होता है तो उसमें आपके जो कमेंट्स आते हैं वो ईच एंड एवरी कमेंट फिर टेक्निकल कमेटी की मीटिंग में डिस्कस किया जाता है। कोई भी कमेंट उसमें छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, वो हर एक कमेंट को डिस्कस करेंगे, हर एक कमेंट का उसका रिजॉल्व करेंगे और एक कंसेंसस बनाएंगे। अगर सब कमेटी मेंबर्स एग्री होते हैं तो एक फाइनलाइज ड्राफ्ट बनता है और ये फाइनलाइज्ड ड्राफ्ट देन इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड बनता है। तो ये एक प्रोसेस होता है स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन का, और इसमें थोड़ा समय भी लगता है, लेकिन हम ये ट्राई करते हैं कि जो भी इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड बने वो एकदम सही हो। ये एक ब्रीफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स है कि अभी तक हमने अबाउट 19,000 स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाए हैं। इसमें से अबाउट मोर देन 5,000 स्टैंडर्ड जो हैं वो ISO स्टैंडर्ड्स के साथ सेम है इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड जो हैं, और बाकी तो मैं बता ही चुका हूँ ये। इसके सिवाय मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि BIS जो है वो ISO आप जानते होंगे, इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड, जो कि इंटरनेशनल बॉडी है स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने की, उसका भी मेंबर है। तो ISO पे भी जितने स्टैंडर्ड्स बनते हैं वो भी हमारे पास आते हैं, और उसमें भी हम लोग अपना इंडस्ट्री का व्यू पॉइंट लेके जो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स बनते हैं उसमें भी इंडिया की इंडस्ट्री का व्यू पॉइंट भेजा जाता है, कि ताकि जो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स भी इंडिया की रिक्वायरमेंट को ध्यान में रख के बनाए जाएँ। अब मैं मेन जो यहाँ पे काम है प्रोडक्ट सर्टिफिकेशन का, उस पर आता हूँ। प्रोडक्ट सर्टिफिकेशन हमारा स्टार्ट हुआ था 1955 में। बेसिकली स्टार्ट जो पहले हुआ था वॉलंटरी नेचर में था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ती गई, लोगों को लगा कि सेफ्टी और हेल्थ मेजर्स के लिए कुछ प्रोडक्ट मैंडेटरी करने चाहिए। तो अब 138 आइटम्स मैंडेटरी सर्टिफिकेशन में हैं। तो दो टाइप की प्रोडक्ट सर्टिफिकेशन स्कीम्स है। एक तो डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए, डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को आप देखेंगे अबाउट 30,000 लाइसेंसेस ऑफर्ड अभी तक इशू किए गए हैं ऑल ओवर इंडिया। इसके सिवाय BIS विदेश में जाके भी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को लाइसेंस देता है, और अबाउट 493 लाइसेंसेस जो हैं वो ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड BIS के लाइसेंस धारक हैं। अब ये दो टाइप के प्रोसीजर हैं इसमें। एक तो नॉर्मल प्रोसीजर है जिसमें कि एप्लीकेंट को एक एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म सबमिट करना पड़ता है, उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग होती है, एक प्रिलिमिनरी विजिट, एक ऑफिसर आएगा, वो आपका चेक करेगा कि आपने टेस्टिंग और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग मशीनरी जो डिक्लेयर करी है वो सही है कि नहीं है। आपका जो क्वालिटी कंट्रोल इंचार्ज है वो कॉम्पिटेंट है टेस्ट करने के लिए। आपके वहाँ पे एक सैंपल टेस्ट किया जाएगा। अगर वो सैंपल पास होता है तो एक सैंपल ड्रॉ करके इंडिपेंडेंट लेबॉर्ट्री में भेजते हैं, और वो सैंपल अगर पास हो जाता है तो आपका लाइसेंस ग्रांट होता है। तो इस प्रोसेस में अबाउट 120 दिन लगते हैं, 4 महीने का टाइम लगता है। क्योंकि इसमें टाइम ज़्यादा लग रहा था तो BIS ने एक दूसरा प्रोसेस भी स्टार्ट किया था जिसका नाम था सिंप्लीफाइड प्रोसीजर। इसमें क्या होता है कि आप जब एप्लीकेशन सबमिट करते हैं तो उसके साथ में ही आप टेस्ट रिपोर्ट भी दे देते हैं BIS रिकॉग्नाइज्ड लेबॉर्ट्री से। तो इसमें भी BIS आके वेरीफाई तो करता है सब चीज़ें, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, टेस्टिंग और कॉम्पिटेंस, लेकिन उस टेस्ट रिपोर्ट की वेट नहीं करता, उसके पहले ही आपकी टेस्ट रिपोर्ट पे लाइसेंस ग्रांट कर दिया जाता है। तो इसके बेसिस पे ये जो प्रक्रिया है लाइसेंस ग्रांट करने की, ये जल्दी हो जाती है। वो इसमें सिर्फ 30 दिन लगते हैं। तो यहाँ पे मैं एक बात रखना चाहूँगा कि जो BIS का लाइसेंस ग्रांट करते हैं उसमें हमारा जो उद्देश्य होता है वो सिर्फ ये देखना होता है कि जिस स्टैंडर्ड के अगेंस्ट जिस फर्म ने एप्लीकेशन दी है वो उसको स्टैंडर्ड को रिक्वायरमेंट जो है केमिकल, फिजिकल, जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स है उसको कंप्लाई करता है कि नहीं करता। BIS ये नहीं देखता कि वो लार्ज स्केल है, स्मॉल स्केल है या माइक्रो स्केल है। हमारा उद्देश्य ये है कि अगर वो स्टैंडर्ड को कंप्लाई करता है तो वो उसको ISI मार्क का लाइसेंस मिलता है। यानी कि हमारे हिसाब से लार्ज स्केल और स्मॉल स्केल में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। लार्ज स्केल का भी क्वालिटी वही होती है, क्योंकि उसको भी वो अगर आप IS 2062 जैसे कि मैक्सिमम आप लोग के पास होगा, या 1786, अगर कोई लार्ज स्केल वाला बना रहा है तो उसको भी 1786 की वही प्रॉपर्टीज़, वही केमिकल एंड फिजिकल प्रॉपर्टीज़ कंप्लाई करनी पड़ेगी जो कि स्मॉल स्केल वाले को करनी पड़ती है। तो ये मेरा एक पॉइंट मैं रखना चाहूँगा कि हमारे BIS लाइसेंस जो दिया जाता है उसमें इस बात का कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, स्मॉल स्केल है, लार्ज स्केल है। इवन जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं जो IS 2062 है, आप जानते ही हैं कि वो ऐसा नहीं है कि स्मॉल स्केल के लिए अलग स्टैंडर्ड है, लार्ज स्केल के लिए अलग स्टैंडर्ड है। सेम स्टैंडर्ड है, सेम टेस्ट मेथड है, सेम प्रक्रिया है लाइसेंस ग्रांट करने की, तो उसमें कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। ये एक सुपरवाइजरी कंट्रोल जो लाइसेंसेस पे रहता है कि एक बार आपको लाइसेंस मिल जाता है तो उसके बाद में भी हमारे लोग आते रहते हैं, आपके फैक्ट्री से भी सैंपल ड्रॉ करते हैं, मार्केट से फिर सैंपल ड्रॉ करते हैं, उसको टेस्टिंग में भेजा जाता है, वो पास हो जाता है तो आपका लाइसेंस कंटिन्यू रहता है। एक स्कीम ऑफ टेस्टिंग एंड इंस्पेक्शन, इसमें भी मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जितने भी लाइसेंस होते हैं उनको एक स्कीम ऑफ टेस्टिंग एंड इंस्पेक्शन दी जाती है। यहाँ पे भी मैं इस बात को स्ट्रेस करना चाहूँगा कि जो स्कीम ऑफ टेस्टिंग एंड इंस्पेक्शन है, इसमें भी कोई ये डिफरेंस नहीं किया जाता कि ये प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर के लिए और सेकेंडरी प्रोड्यूसर्स के लिए है। जिस टाइप के रिकॉर्ड्स प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर्स को रखने हैं, उसी टाइप के रिकॉर्ड सेकेंडरी प्रोड्यूसर्स को भी रखने पड़ते हैं। तो इसके लिए दोनों का रिक्वायरमेंट सेम है।
सर समय अपने पास थोड़ा कम है, अभी और 2 प्रेजेंटेशन बाकी है।
ठीक है सर, तो ठीक है। ये बाकी तो इट इज़ मोर ऑफ इन्फॉर्मेटिव कि मैंडेटरी सर्टिफिकेशन में क्या क्या है। इसमें स्टील के काफ़ी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं। FMCS स्कीम है जो फॉरेन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स की है, ये हम मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम सर्टिफिकेशन भी करते हैं। हॉल मार्किंग के बारे में बता ही दिया मैंने थोड़ी बहुत। और इसके सिवाय BIS की टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स हैं जहाँ पे टेस्ट भी होता है, और एक नेट्स है जहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है सब टाइप की। सो थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी।
थैंक यू संजीव जी। अभी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा राजकुमार जी मार्कन, 52 इयर्स से भी ज़्यादा स्टील का एक्सपीरियंस और इंडिया में थर्मेक्स टेक्नोलॉजी के पायोनियर। राजकुमार जी प्लीज़ आप अपना व्यू रखिए। तो ओके, उनके बिहाफ पे राधिका जी अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दें।
So I'm speaking on behalf of a man who's often called the father of the secondary steel sector or MSME sector, because he gave them a level playing field, a place on the table. These are his words and I'm only the delivery mechanism. Now, what does MSME stand for? Micro, small, medium enterprises. But I have a different definition of MSME. Strong, vibrant, self-sufficient, indigenous, globally competitive, technologically advanced, and environmentally friendly. Why do we say that the MSME sector is environmentally friendly? बहुत बार सुना जाता है कि main producers raw material is made from iron ore, whereas MSME raw material is made from scrap. But what is scrap? 100% processed steel. It is refined steel. So it cuts down all the stages required from mining, extraction of the ore from iron ore, melting, refining, making blooms, billets, and then making the end product. It saves on energy, it saves on manpower, and it saves on capital cost. And MSME sector steel should be given a preference, I believe, in the government sector, because it will fulfill the world's objective, the government of India's objective of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 35%. It is required for survival of mankind. Preserve your natural resources. So it is environmentally friendly and required for the survival of mankind. We need it because the Paris Declaration that the government of India and all other countries have signed says that every country will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. The MSME sector does it, has been doing it for the past so many decades. So it is environmentally friendly. The second reason is it is technologically advanced. ये जो पहली की सोच है कि earlier the main producers had the best technologies. Today the best technologies are present in MSME sectors, in 263, in 413, in 500, whatever number you take. All the MSME players, present today have the best technologies because they have invested 200 to 500 crores in modernizing their plants. So they are no longer micro, small, or medium enterprises. Their technologies are version 3 technologies, the current technologies which many of the main producers do not have. Slit quenching, 1 bar gets slit into 2, 3, and 4 at one time. and helps you produce 50,000 tons per month. The coastal road project requires 1,30,000 tons per month. There are so many MSME sectors that can produce 50,000 tons per month of steel, which will meet the BIS standard without fail. So let us share with you some of these modern technologies that are available in all MSE enterprises. Can I please have a short film which talks about the advances in technology in MSME sector?
H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited, through Thermex technology, transformed the Indian market by introducing the concept of quenched and self-tempered rebars. India's first high-strength, high-ductility rebar was produced 27 years ago in 1991 at Durgapur Steel Plant of Sale, using the patented Thermex quenching and self-tempering technology of HSE Germany. Rolled from the very first billet, Rajkumar Markan, founder of H&K India, effortlessly showcased India's first Fe 500 rebar with elongation of 18 to 25%, ideal for India's high seismic hazard areas. Today, all construction designs factor in seismic or earthquake activity. But H&K introduced India to rebars specifically suited for seismic zones way back in 1990s through Thermex QST technology. After Durgapur Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India immediately ordered Thermex for its Bhilai Steel Plant. Quenched and self-tempered Thermex rebars satisfied all requirements of civil engineers. They ended the decades-old Indian practice of using cold-twisted deformed or CTD bars or Tor steel. Thermex is a licensed technology. Thermex license is issued to every rolling mill with a Thermex system. These licensees are required to produce rebars as per strict Thermex norms and are also subject to regular quality audit by Thermex engineers. The proprietary Thermex QST system is placed after the last rolling mill stand. On completion of rolling, the bar temperature is around 1000 degrees centigrade. A short, intensive but very precise inline cooling is imparted to the rolled bar. As it passes through the Thermex cooling pipes, this affects the periphery of the bar only, whereas the core is largely unaffected. The water quenching results in drastic surface temperature drop, resulting in a uniformly hardened periphery with a soft ductile core. On leaving Thermex pipes, the bars get further cooled in the atmosphere, where a thermal exchange occurs between the core and peripheral martensite. This thermal exchange results in a bar structure consisting of a tempered martensite periphery and a fine-grained ferrite pearlite core. Buoyed by the success of Durgapur and Bhilai steel plants, H&K India today has over 260 Thermex installations to its credit. This makes H&K India the largest supplier of quenching and self-tempering systems in the world. 18 million tons of rebars in India are Thermex rebars. H&K India has the exclusive and perpetual rights from HSE Germany to sell, market and install Thermex systems in the entire Indian subcontinent. Thermex continues to transform the steel industry. Over the years, Thermex has gone through multiple upgrades. From version 1 Thermex to today's version 3 Thermex, suitable for high-speed rolling and slit quenching. H&K has been successfully making in India the German-designed special quadruple, triple and twin slit quenching equipment. Here, a single rebar gets slit into 4, 3 or 2 strands and is effectively quenched in proprietary Thermex slit quenching pipes. Recently, Thermex created history by producing grade B500 DWR of International Standard ISO 69352 from plain carbon steel. Grade B500 DWR is similar to FE500S of the Indian Standard IS 1786-2008. These are very high ductility rebars, a prerequisite for severe seismic hazard areas, and have a strict codal requirement of minimum 1.25 stress ratio. This is normally achieved by adding expensive alloys like vanadium, a high-cost solution for rebar manufacturers. But Thermex engineers successfully commissioned all 9 rebar sizes from 8 mm to 40 mm for international grade B500 DWR using plain carbon steel and no expensive alloys in just 5 days. The award-winning German technology is the leading choice for engineers and consultants for government and private projects, for large integrated rolling mills producing 50,000 tons per month to smaller mills producing 5,000 tons per month. Thermex, making in India since 1985. 18 million tons of Indian rebars. Over 260 project installations. One technology with hundreds of licensees. Thermex, India's #1 choice.
Thank you. I would also like to add one point, that a rebar, whether made from a main steel producer or made from MSME steel producer, should be tested on site to see if it fulfills all the criteria required by BIS. And there you will see for yourself that the rebar of an MSME steel producer, if not same, is better. And we will show you a simple testing procedure that you can do at all government project sites. You can test the bar from a random sample and see for yourself. It should not be that only MSME is tested and main producers are not tested. Everybody should have a level playing field. Can we have the film on testing, please?
Users of reinforcement steel or rebars can conduct a simple etching test on site to check if the rebar has been properly quenched. The first step is sample cutting. Randomly select some rebar samples and cut each sample with a hand hacksaw. The length of the rebar for testing should be between 100 to 120 millimeters. The second step is surface preparation. The cross-section of the sample has to be polished in the following sequence. Initial rough polishing can be done by pedestal grinder if available at site, or with rough emery paper, grade number 30. Then continue polishing with medium emery paper, grade number 80, and finally use fine emery paper, grade number 150. One must polish the cross-section till a mirror finished surface is achieved. The third and final step is the etching test. For this, you need ethyl alcohol and nitric acid. Both can be easily procured from a chemist. Take 45 milliliters ethyl alcohol in a beaker. Now pour 5 milliliters nitric acid slowly in the ethyl alcohol and shake well. The solution is always prepared using ethyl alcohol and nitric acid in the ratio of 9:1. Dip the mirror finished surface into the solution for 5 to 10 seconds. Take out the sample and remove the extra solution around the cross-section with a cloth. Be careful not to wipe the solution on the cross-section. If the bar is properly quenched, a uniform concentric ring will be clearly visible. This test, if conducted on site, will enable the customer to check if the rebar has been properly quenched and self-tempered.
Many of the MSME units that we work with do this test on their rebars before it goes to a site, whether private or government project? Does the main steel producer do this? This is a question you should think of. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika ji. Whenever there were challenges in steel making, only MSME has come forward. May it be the high-rise building in Mumbai, Powai complex of Rahejaz, Sardar Sarovar, और कृष्णा गोदावरी बेसिन में जो भी कुछ काम हुआ है, जहाँ की सैलिनिटी बहुत ज़्यादा थी और बहुत सारा काम ये समुद्र में हुआ है, वहाँ पर CRS स्टील देने का काम हो, ये सभी MSME सेक्टर ने किया है. आज जब स्टील में रिवाइवल आया होगा तो उसका एक मेन रीज़न है कि गवर्नमेंट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का स्पेंडिंग, और इस स्पेंडिंग का बल्क ऑफ स्पेंडिंग जो कर रहा है वो रोड एंड सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री कर रहा है. और इस मिनिस्ट्री से R.K. पांडे जी आए जो कि प्रोजेक्ट मेंबर है, मेंबर प्रोजेक्ट्स है NHAI के, और NHAI आज के तारीख में अगर MSME स्टील को समझ ले और अपने स्टैंडर्ड्स बना ले तो डेफिनेटली इस स्टील को एक बहुत बड़ा हेल्पिंग हैंड मिलेगा और गवर्नमेंट के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्पेंडिंग में और उनका अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करने में हमारा बहुत सारा सहयोग सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री को मिलेगा. मैं पांडे साहब से विनती करता हूं कृपया वो अपने व्यूज़ रखे, और ऑडियंस से कहता हूं कि एक आध दूसरा क्वेश्चन होगा तो जरूर पांडे साहब को पूछिएगा. एक आध क्वेश्चन वी विल डेफिनेटली आंसर. वैसे एक क्वेश्चन ऑलरेडी आया है RDSO के लिए जो कि पांडे साहब के प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद में पूछूंगा.
Dignitaries on the dais, friends, very good afternoon. In fact, before I'll come to the nitty-gritty and what are the problems which the MSME is facing, what are our policies, quickly the kind of market we are generating. I'll not go into the statistics, but you have heard that we are building 27 kilometers a day. Yes, we are building 27 kilometers a day. Last year we have built 27 kilometers a day. When I say 27 kilometers a day, it is for the national highway alone, which is the responsibility of the central government. Apart from the central government, other governments means state government and the local bodies, they are also working, including the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. But I am not talking about all those. This 27 kilometers a day represents 2% of the total network of the road. When it comes to the steel industry, how it translates into the requirement of the steel? In fact, we did some rough analysis because the steel requirement varies from one project to the other project depending upon how many structures are there. But when we made our own calculation, the requirement varies from 200 ton to 300 ton per kilometer. And this data is based on the project which we have completed around 4 or 5 years back. As Mr. Banerjee was telling, now it is not the quantum alone. It is qualitative also. We have moved a step forward. When I am saying moved a step forward, means I am saying it is not, say for example, just to explain it to you, we are not allowing any at-grade junction on the road now. When I am not allowing any at-grade junction, means I'll have to provide underpasses as all those places where two roads are meeting. From the road safety point of view, we are providing crash barrier wherever our height is 3 meters and above. I am providing underpasses, height 3 meters and above, I'll have to provide crash barrier, lot of requirement of the steel. It is not only the underpasses and the crash barriers. Now, our whole emphasis is reducing the distance between point A and B. In fact, unfortunately, earlier we could not do it for a very simple reason because of the resource constraint. But now we realized if I'll go by the total transportation cost, if a truck takes a longer route, so we are providing a lot of tunnels and the viaduct spans. So the kind of requirement of steel is, it is enormous, enormous. The question is, what is for SMSE? Mr. Soni raised a point that we talk about main producer, original producer, raw material to the finished product and all those things, of course. First thing, let me clarify we don't make our own standards. No. We follow the national standards, that is BIS, and apart from that, ministry has specifications for the road and bridge works. As representative of BIS told you, the framing of a specification is a democratic process. Nobody sits in the office and frame it. It is on the basis of the kind of feedback we receive from the stakeholders. I do agree there is restriction. We give some kind of preference to the main producer. Now we don't say main producer, the original producer. But when I see it back, from where this, what is the genesis of this? Go back to the earlier specifications. In fact, the last specification was revised a decade before. Earlier to that were the earlier specification. When I saw the earlier specification, they referred to JPC when there was a classification of main producer and this and that. The point is, what is the gap? What is my requirement? My requirement is the quality and the cost. You just think, today I can't think of any interruption for a day. When we are talking about lifeline of the country, we cannot. Since morning I heard, yes, of course, even Secretary said that there is no difference between the original and the secondary producer, and now she explained with a presentation that we are better than the main producer or the original producer. The point is, we are neither in support of main producer nor the secondary producer. We are only bothered about the quality. If this word, this assurance come from the stakeholder that yes, my secondary producers are also producing the kind of steel which is 100% durable, you can rely on 100%. Where is the problem? We don't have any problem. We are basically highway engineers. We are interested in building our roads, that too at the least cost. What you'll have to do is, you'll have to take along with you, because when you'll say, if I'll come and tell you that I am doing best, you'll not believe it. Let people say they are doing best. Who are the people? Take all the stakeholders, take those people who have used this steel, take those people who have tested this steel, take JPC, take INSTOC, take Ministry of Steel into confidence, let them write it to the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, then certainly review the specification. During my interaction with the people, I heard about 2-3 other issues that we specify name of the person or the company. Let me clarify 2 very basic issues. Number 1, the Government of India in our highway project per se never procure any material. Never. It is the responsibility of the concessionaire or the contractor to procure that material. Of course, our intervention is only to ensure that all these are meeting with the requirement of the specifications. That's all. Another point is, in fact, this I just thought of, even we have given that kind of freedom to our contractor and concessionaire. Now it is not the item rate contracts. We only say you'll have to construct road from A to B. You'll have to construct this bridge whose length should be 20 meter, 30 meter, 40 meter, whatever it is, and it should have minimum span of this length, which is my requirement from the transportation point of view, and this is the high flood level. Even I don't say what kind of material you'll have to use. If you can make steel which can very well compete with the concrete or pre-stressed concrete, he is free to do that. I am even not asking him, you construct a pre-stressed concrete bridge or a cable straight bridge. I am only telling him, I need a bridge which should have this length, minimum this span, and this is the height. So if you can make your product so competitive, probably sky is the limit. If you have any question, I'll try to answer that. Thank you very much.
we are running ahead of time. We have taken some 15 minutes more than the stipulated time. I would like to finish this session, but before that, the question raised to RDSO is that the vendor who wanted to register as per RDSO, they have mentioned their operation, the steel manufacturer's operation should start from iron making using iron ore. It has been specified in RDSO document. So I request the question, whoever asked this question, to hear the answer of the dais, because the next session will start very soon. So please, you have one question? Okay. I hope this question and answer session will finish within 5 minutes.
हेलो, क्वेश्चन आपका सही है, क्योंकि आरडीएसओ की जो गाइडलाइंस होती हैं उसमें डेविएशंस जनरली हम लोग नहीं देते हैं. अगर कोई चीज़ अगर आउटसोर्स या कोई आपको प्रोसेस में डेविएशन लेना है तो यू हैव टू अप्रोच द डायरेक्टरेट हेड. बट अभी तक मेरे जानकारी में ऐसा कोई केस नहीं आया कि जिसमें कोई डेविएशन दिया गया हो. इन केस यू फील पिंच ऑफ दैट, यू कैन अप्रोच टू आवर डायरेक्टर जनरल और यू इवन कैन एड्रेस टू आवर एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर. तो दैट इज़ द ओनली वे. जैसा अभी बता रहे थे, सारे के स्टैंडर्ड्स जो होते हैं उसको एक डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस है बदलने का, तो वो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस तो फॉलो करनी पड़ेगी अगर कुछ भी चेंजेस करना चाहते हैं.
Basically, we have approached RDSO, your executive director, even the railway board. And I don't know what has deterred you from following the Steel Ministry order of 2016 May month. They have decategorized the steel from primary, secondary and integrated steel plant. But you are still following 2012's guideline. Your first criteria for registration in the vendor registration for TMT procurement is it should be manufacturing should start with iron ore, either processed or virgin. If this is so, then any producer who is out of 6-7 states where sponge iron making take place, nobody can supply you steel.
You'll have to ask for the changes and you approach to Deputy Director of RDSO.
No, I have gone to additional member, Railway Board, then Executive Director Mr. Srivastav in RDSO, but they said you registered on our online website. And website, the first condition you write is that I should manufacture from iron ore, which I am not. So what should we do?
Actually, I have a colleague officer from here, Bombay, Mr. Sachin Digde. He can comment because I think some of the units fall under him. He can comment better. Because the RDSO is a very vast area, so before commenting.
Hello. That issue is there, that as Lokesh was telling, we have that democratic process of formulation of the specification and all that, but it is a completely, it's a continuously evolving process. If something is coming up, like if now there are many people who is MSME, as I am aware of that. So if you approach to the RDSO that now our steel, as now it has been told that it is of better quality or even equal quality of the parent manufacturer, and if you give the representation to the RDSO, that process is a continuously evolving process. Our specification are not, this government system, it is somehow it is rigid, but it is not that rigid, it cannot be changed. Only thing is that it has to be represented in a proper fashion, or you have to collectively represent it.
Say when 2012 the guideline comes from the JPC, within 20 days of that guideline you have come to the conclusion that we will be only buying from integrated steel plant. But now 2 years pass on. And this is a order of Ministry of Steel. Government of India has a special ministry. Let me complete, sir.
I appreciate your grievance, but certain forums are there. You have like
why you are not
you have
following,
to use.
why you are not following Steel Ministry's order, sir? Why you are? What is the technical qualification you are having to decide what kind of steel you should follow?
आप नहीं बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं, आपकी बात को हम पहुंचा सकते हैं, लेकिन पॉलिसी मेकर का एक सर्टेन लेवल होता है, दे हैव यूज देयर प्रूडेंट, उसके बेसिस पे उन्होंने बोला हुआ है, बट आप फोरम लाइक SRAM शुड बी यूज्ड। मेरा कहना है कहीं ना कहीं बात को उठानी पड़ेगी, ठीक है, एक लेवल ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा, मंत्री जी हैं, ठीक है ना, तो कोई अगर इफ समथिंग इज डूइंग रॉन्ग, इफ यू फील सो, कहीं ना कहीं फाइल में गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट ऐसी गलती नहीं करेगा, बट दे विल माइट बी हैविंग सर्टेन देयर आइडिया। तो मेरा कहना दोनों तरफ से देखिए, एक लेवल ऊपर जाइए, मंत्री जी आते हैं, उनको रिप्रेजेंट कीजिए, SRAM है आपके पास है, तो डरने की क्या बात है।
हेलो हेलो, ऐसा है, हेलो, स्टील मंत्रालय ने, मैं कमल अग्रवाल, ऑल इंडिया इंडस्ट्रियल फर्निश एसोसिएशन से, दिल्ली से, इस्पात मंत्रालय ने, जैसे सेक्रेटरी साहब ने कहा, ऑलरेडी नोटिस निकाल चुके हैं, उसके बावजूद भी अभी भी जितने ये प्रोजेक्ट खरीदने, मटेरियल खरीदने के लिए कभी ये शर्त लगा रही है आयरन ओर से बना होना चाहिए या मेन प्रोड्यूसर्स होना चाहिए। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको सूचना के लिए बता रहा हूँ कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक डिपार्टमेंटल ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी एंड प्रमोशन डिप बनाया है, जिसके अंदर मेक इन इंडिया को प्रोत्साहन दिया जाएगा, और जो भी डिपार्टमेंट अगर आपका मटेरियल नहीं ले रहा या टेंडर में ऐसी कंडीशन लिख रहा है, आप इसको वो टेंडर की कॉपी भेजिए और CC टू स्टील मंत्रालय करिएगा। इसके अंदर आपके उस डिपार्टमेंट पे तुरंत कार्रवाई होगी, जैसा कि आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी हम कोई कोर्ट में देखें या वहाँ देखें। ये एक साधन अभी शुरू हुआ है और इसकी लास्ट मीटिंग हुई थी अभी 28 मार्च 2018 को, जिसमें हाजरा और आइफा दोनों ने प्रतिनिधित्व किया था, और ये बात बिल्कुल हुई, और इन्होंने डायरेक्टर जो इनके सेक्रेटरी साहब हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट ऐसी कार्रवाई कर रहा है वो जो टेंडर में आपको एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा, रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं कर रहा, वो इलीगल है, उसके अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई होगी अगर उसके टेंडर की कॉपी आप हमें भेजेंगे तो। इसलिए आप उसके टेंडर की कॉपी हाजरा में भी भेज सकते हैं, इनको भी भेजें, इस्पात मंत्रालय को भी भेजें और आइफा को भी भेजें, इस पर तुरंत कार्रवाई हम लोग करवाएंगे। इस्पात मंत्रालय भी इसके साथ है।
समय के अभाव के कारण एक ही लास्ट क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि वेटरन ऑफ स्टील इंडस्ट्री मार्कन साहब उठे हैं, ही वांट टू आस्क वन क्वेश्चन, तो दिस इज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन। I will request Markan sir to be very specific about that question, and the answer will be given by BIS, and it be specific about that answer also, because back to back banking session शुरू होने वाला है, और next session के लिए रुचिका मैडम भी आए हैं, please.
I have only one question. I must compliment BIS for advancing your codes to bring it in line with international standard ISO 6935. But you're halfway there. My only point which I got to mention here is, in your code, presently, you have an annexure which says how to test whether the bar is properly decided or not, but not mandatory for rejection. That is bad. That allows a lot of people to think that should be removed. That is my personal suggestion to you. Because all people at site, we demonstrated just now, can easily test a bar, good or bad. We got to ensure quenching and tempering, self-tempering has taken place uniformly throughout the bar.
I got your point, sir. The only thing is that, as I told you, that it is the decision is taken by the committee, not by BIS. So I don't know whether you have written to BIS. You must have written earlier also.
We have written about, for last 10 years, we are writing this for last 10 years.
And what is the result, reply?
No reply.
Which committee you are writing to?
Ms. Sanjay Pant was there.
That CED committee. Yes. So I will also convey this point, because I don't think it's a very big, any instrument is required. It's only cut and itching.
The last BIS meeting took place in Bombay. I was personally made a suggestion.
So I will also convey this point, and let's see. I don't feel any problem in putting that test mandatory. It should be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the panelists. This session is over. Thanks to the audience for their view, and all panelists have expressed their views very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will. Yes.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge, huge round of applause for a panelist, a chairman, and a moderator? Before we move on to our next session, we would like to felicitate someone very special who is amongst us. May I please request Shri Sachin Digre ji to please come on stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Sachin Digre ji is the director of RDSO, and may I request Mr. Yogesh Mandhani ji to come and felicitate sir, please. Let's have a huge, huge round of applause for Shri Sachin Digre ji, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your precious time and being present here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the banking session, that is session 3 in next 5 minutes. So you can have the tea and coffee that's served outside and come back quickly, and then we can start with a session 3. Thank you.
Check.
check, 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 check.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a kind request to everyone to kindly start coming in and settling down because we'll be starting with our next session, which is one of the most important sessions as the core of any business is monetary gains, is finance. So we are going to start with the finance and banking for the new era of MSME steel sector. So ladies and gentlemen, please make yourself come here. In the next 5 minutes, we are going to start. So it's a kind request to all the guests to kindly settle down so we can begin with our show. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and... Check, check, check. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a kind request to kindly settle down, take your seats, because we are going to start with our session. It's a kind request to everybody to please come here and settle down, please, because we are going to start with the session now. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down so we can begin with our session now. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It's a kind request to everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a really nice tea and coffee session, and we all are pumped up, energized to start with our sessions ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, that this is one of the most important session for the day. The reason being that finance and banking is somewhere the backbone of all our work, whatever we are looking for, our businesses, different sectors. So a topic for the session is finance and banking for the new era of MSME steel sector. And without further ado, I will be calling the chairman and the panelists. It's a kind request to kindly show your appreciation by clapping and applauding for them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our chairman, Shri Sandeep Tibriwal ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Sandeep Tibriwal ji, President, Yes Bank. Welcome, sir. Now I'll be calling out the panelists. May I please call on stage Shri Ajay Thakur ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Ajay Thakur ji from BSc SME platform. Welcome, sir. Now I'll be calling Shri Vinod Vashisht ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Vinod Vashisht ji, President ISRA. Now I'll be calling Shri Manish Sinha ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Manish Sinha ji, the Senior GM of Sidbai. Now I'll be calling Shri Itzi Mittal ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? He's the Field General Manager of UBI. And then I'll be calling Shri Prashant Chakravarti ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Prashant, please? He's the SME Head, Axis Bank. Welcome. And now to do the felicitation, may I please call on stage Shri Jatin Parekh ji from Fortune Steel, please, to come and felicitate Shri Sandeep Tibriwal ji with an applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. Now let's welcome Shri Narayan Gupta ji from Guru Nanak Metal Works with an applause, ladies and gentlemen. So please felicitate Shri Ajay Thakur ji, sir. Yes, we can have some applauses, please, ladies and gentlemen, please. Welcome. Thank you, sir. Now we'll be having Shri Amrish Lahoti ji from Amrish Ispat Private Limited. Please come on stage, sir, and felicitate Shri Vinod Vashisht ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir. May I please call on stage Shri KBS Panchlangya ji to please come on stage and felicitate Shri Manish Sinha ji. Can we have a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Thank you, sir. May I please call on stage Shri Rajkumar Jakedia ji from Indeed Advisory. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? So may you please felicitate Shri H.C. Mittal ji. Thank you, sir. Now may I please call on stage Shri D.B. Soni ji from Rajuri Steel. Yes, we have D.B. Soni ji. Can we have an applause for him, please? So please felicitate Shri Prashant Chakravarti ji. Thank you so much. And now we also have one special felicitation We would like to felicitate Shri S.T. Mahurkar ji, the GM, MSME, Central Bank of India. Yes. May I please invite Shri Vivek Gupta ji from Guru Nanak Metalworks to please come and felicitate sir, please. Can we have a huge, huge round of applause for them, please? Thank you so much. And now we'll be starting with one of the most important sessions of the day, finance and banking. Over to you, sir. Shri Vinod Vashish ji will be the moderator, sir.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, जो आज का सेशन है, that is about the financial institution, new era with MSME. So, all the financial heads are here to discuss the issues regarding MSME. So, I will call Madam. So, this task has been given to me just now, so that is why I was not aware of that. So, I will just give 2 lines before starting the session. So, as our Honorable Steel Minister in the morning told in a detail, there should be a leveled play field for everyone so that secondary steel can promote himself. So, I will request to all the financial institutions, when they are paying the loan to the MSME or to the big plants, so they should try to make leveled play field. जितने भी यहाँ पे मेरा ख्याल हमारे MSME के लोग बैठे हैं, they must be feeling भी जो MSME है उसके थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस किया जाता है at the time of giving the loan. So I think in this session the members who will give the details, try in the future, they should try to make parallel all the institutions. So first of all, I will call Shri Sandeep Beriwala ji for the.
So I think maybe we can sit and discuss actually, that will be better. So just to give a small introduction, I am Sandeep Tibrewala and I head the small enterprise banking in Yes Bank. So small enterprise is defined on the basis of turnover. So companies with turnover up to 100 crores that fall within small enterprise group. Just to give you a perspective, within 14 years of inception, Yes Bank has become the 4th largest private sector bank in India. So having a total balance sheet size of 3 lakh crores and advances which have crossed 2 lakh crores, which is a major milestone in the history of Yes Bank. Last year, we have grown the overall balance sheet, Yes Bank as a whole, we have grown the overall balance sheet at 53% YOY rate which is there, which is amongst the highest in the industry while maintaining portfolio quality. So in terms of profitability, the productivity ratios, the return ratios, I think it is amongst the best which is there in the industry. Only thing which I can tell is basically, like maybe a steel re-roller which is there, each of the industries, it is not as if the banking industry was not an overcrowded industry. So when Yes Bank came in, maybe about 14 years back, there were so many banks which were already operating in India. So there were foreign banks which is there, private sector banks, the PSU banks, the regional banks, cooperative banks. It was entire flood of banks which was there. So I don't think so there was a requirement for additional bank at that point of time. And I think there is a similar position which is there into the steel re-rollers business which you see. You have n number of manufacturers which is there. But within that, it is important that you try to create a niche for yourself. A niche can be in terms of a product proposition which is there. A niche can be in terms of a service delivery which is there. A niche can be in terms of the pricing competitiveness which you have. But the industry as a whole, unless there is a USP or a niche which you develop for yourself, it will be extremely difficult to distinguish yourself from the rest of the crowd. And this is where I think the opportunity lies. Yes Bank has actually created that particular niche in terms of knowledge banking. So if you look at the portfolio which is there, 90% of the portfolio, it is across 12 major identified industries which are there. And whether we like it or no, I think iron and steel, so maybe I started my banking career about 22 years back. And since then I have seen that iron and steel is either there into the negative segment or it has been there into the caution segment. So since last 20 years, that has not changed. But again, if you have to look at amongst the top 5 exposures which is there into any of the bank, I think iron and steel will definitely be one of the segments which is there. Which effectively means, boss, yes, it is one of the major segment which is there, you can't ignore that segment. And in fact, this is the segment which is an indicator of an economic progress of a particular country. So steel, going forward, I was reading one article recently, the per capita steel consumption, I think it is roughly about 60 kgs. Pardon me because it is just a news media article which I have read. So I stand corrected if that is not correct. But I was reading that per capita steel consumption in India is only 60 kgs. 68 kgs. So it could be a dated article. Thank you so much. And let us compare that with the global averages which are there. Again, China, they are the top producers of steel which is there. I think they are roughly at about 490 plus. Roughly about 500 kgs is the per capita steel consumption which is there in China. Europe, if you have to look at, I think they are at around 350 kgs per capita consumption. US, again, the second largest producers which are there, they are also amongst 400 plus per capita consumption. So the limited point which I am trying to emphasize here is that India is at an inflection point of growth which is there. Whether in terms of infrastructure, if you have to look at, there are tremendous growth opportunities which are going to be there. And this will be supported by government spending which is there. You must have already seen there is a lot of government spending. So whether it is the roads, railways, ports, all the spends which are there, steel is one of the major components. More than 40% of the entire spending, it is by way of steel which is there. So going forward also, the external opportunities, if you have to look at the growth which India is looking at, there is enough and more opportunities which are there. Important for the segment to bring in efficiencies. And that is what I keep telling. Efficiencies in terms of your cost of production which is there, whatever input costs which are there, you will have to control those input costs. Because selling price is largely market determined. I don't think so you can make a major differentiation. You cannot be different from the market. Because steel is more of a commodity item which is there. You cannot specialize, because this brand of steel, it may fetch maybe some small premium which is there. But I think cost rationalization and cost optimization is something which is really very important. And one of the cost, of course, is the financing cost. And that is the point which I would like to touch upon. Financing, again, there are multiple options of financing which is available. But most of the times, people come to us saying, boss, we want only a term loan or a cash credit or an overdraft limit which is there. And trust me, these are very loose structures, whatever we may call about end use, etc. Because unless there is a transaction financing which is done, and this is something which is really being missed. So of late, yes, banks have started doing that in a very aggressive way. There is a supply chain financing which is there. There are trade platform which is there, wherein receivables can be purchased by various banks. So the point which I'm trying to emphasize is, please look at opportunities within your portfolios. This is where your cost efficiencies in banking can come in, rather than maybe asking for a cash credit limit, which will of course come at a higher price. So start looking at transaction-based financing. So whether it is your purchase financing which is there or sales financing. If there is a corporate linkages which is there either on the purchase side or the sales side, very easily it can be structured by way of a transaction funding. And transaction funding, it will be at least 200 basis points lower than your normal cash credit funding. And it is just because of the difference in the tenor which is there. A cash credit is a perpetual tenor. So whatever transfer pricing mechanism which maybe we get charged from the treasury, it is much higher as compared to maybe a 90 days or a 120 days bill financing which can be made available. So the difference in tenor funding which is there. Second, in terms of monitoring the end use of funds, that is where the banks draw a lot of comfort. So my request is maybe over a period of time, a portion of the limits which is there, please start looking at transaction-based funding, and this is something which will definitely bring you cost efficiencies in the scheme of operations. The second important point which I would like to, so all the entrepreneurs who are there, one of the major mistakes which as bankers we see is whenever there is a backward or a forward project or expansion which is undertaken, you normally start a project. And there could be reasons basically. Maybe it is the opportunity which is there. But my request to you is unless the financial closure for the project is achieved, please don't start a project, because that will really put your existing finances into stress, and that will increase, I think, your existing cost of operations, your cost of financing. Because what you will have to do is once you are there into the project, at that point of time, you will have to borrow money at any cost. So which will definitely increase your cost which is there. So of course, it takes some time for engagement with the banks, but please do engage with the banks, have an agreed time frame within the banks, and within which please achieve a financial closure before you do any expansion or a modernization project. Because this is one of the areas, the short-term funds, it gets diverted for long-term purposes, which is not the intended purpose. So this is something which my friends from the industry, that is one piece of advice which is there to everybody. Last piece, maybe before we'll start that interactive session, and maybe I'll come again to any questions which are there from your side. On the transaction funding which I was mentioning, so if there is an import or an export leg which is there, because I'm sure your industry also, whatever I think re-rolling which is required to be done, there will be some component of imports which are there. Whether it is the scrap which is there, your coal will be there, or there could be certain other items which are there. Or exports is something which could be very limited, but if there is an import or an export leg which is there, you can definitely look at dollar funding. So dollar funding is something which can help you reduce your overall cost. Right now, maybe LIBOR has increased substantially, but still as compared to the rupee funding which is there. So whatever I think your import and export leg which is there, it is eligible for a dollar funding. You can please go to your banker, you can demand a dollar funding. So whatever currency, I'm saying dollar is one of the currencies which I'm saying, but all the banks, they work into multiple currencies depending on the import and the export country which is there. You can ask the funding in that particular currency, and that can help you reduce your overall cost. So I think these are the broad thoughts which are there from my side. Maybe first I would like to start with Ajay Thakurji, who's been a dear friend. And the point which we keep deliberating is that yes, banks are important. If you have to grow your business, the financing from the bank, whether it is a working capital finance or a term loan finance, this is something which is really very critical. But debt alone cannot serve your purpose. You can leverage only up to a particular point. After that, you will start seeing resistance from the bank. At times you feel ki boss, I have put up an enhancement request when in time, aaj 3 mahina ho gaya, 4 mahina ho gaya, that bank is not responding. Please try to understand why they are not doing that. Because any bank, when they are funding a particular project or a working capital, there is a fair amount of own proportion of funds which is required. A debt can be given only up to a particular level. It can be a multiplier of the equity component which is there into the business. So I think that is where I would request Ajay, if you can give at various equity options which are there for the MSME customers over here.
Thanks a lot. Ajay, I would like to know from the people sitting here, how many of you are corporates? आप लोग में से कितने लोग कंपनी चलाते हो? और आप लोग में से कितने लोगों ने बैंक लोन लिया है? सबने लिया है। और कितने लोगों ने स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में अपनी कंपनी लिस्ट करवाई है? एक भी नहीं, एक नहीं करवाई, 2 नहीं करवाई। और आप लोगों में से कितने लोग हैं जो स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं? शेयर्स में कितने लोग इन्वेस्ट करते हैं? और आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों ने पैसे बनाए हैं शेयर मार्केट में? ठीक, वेरी गुड। So what has been told by him is that most of the time you people are coming to the banks to raise funds, take loan, start your business or make it big, and after that what? You people stop. तो आप कभी बिजनेस जब स्टार्ट किए होंगे, आप सभी लोगों ने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया होगा। मैं हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों मिक्स करके बोलना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग इस देश के डिफरेंट कोने में से आए हैं, तो शायद मैं इंग्लिश फास्ट बोल जाऊँ तो आप लोग थोड़ा कहीं ना कहीं गैप हो जाएगा। और हम चाहते हैं कि आप सभी लोग जिन्होंने बैंक से लोन लिया है वो BSE SME प्लेटफॉर्म पे अपने आप को लिस्ट करवाएं। तो देखिए, आपने अपनी बिजनेस शुरू की, आपने अपने पैसे यूज़ किए, वो भी आपकी इक्विटी है। मैं कृपया कर आप सभी लोगों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप लोग एक दूसरे से बात ना करें और मोबाइल यूज़ ना करें। जो भी प्रश्न हो इधर आप पूछ सकते हैं। तो आपने अपने पैसे लेके बिजनेस आपने स्टार्ट किया, उसके बाद आप बैंक लोन लिए क्योंकि आपको बिजनेस बढ़ाना था, उसके बाद आप कहीं ना कहीं रुक गए। तो वहाँ पे इक्विटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब कभी कभी अगर आपको समझ में नहीं आए कि भाई लिस्टिंग से हमको क्या फ़ायदे हैं, तो हर हमेशा दिमाग में एक चीज़ रख लेना कि जितनी भी बैंक्स आप इस देश में सोच सकते हो, जिनके पास आपने लोन लिया है, जो आपको लोन देते हैं, उन्होंने खुद अपनी कंपनी को लिस्ट क्यों कराया स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में? अगर आपको कुछ नहीं समझ में आता है तो अगर जो बैंक आपको लोन देती है उनको भी अगर ये ज़रूरत पड़ती है कि वो अपनी कंपनी को लिस्ट करवाएं, तो हमारे ख्याल से जो लोन लेने के लिए हम बैंक्स में जाते हैं, हमको भी ये सोचना चाहिए हम लिस्ट क्यों करें, और करना चाहिए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, लिस्टिंग क्यों कराएं? बैंक लोन लेने के लिए जाते हैं क्योंकि आपको बिजनेस करना है। लिस्टिंग करना एक दूसरा रास्ता है। 2 रास्ते से आप पैसे ले सकते हो मार्केट में, 2 ही रास्ते उपलब्ध हैं। एक है जो बैंक लोन, जिसको हम डेट फंडिंग कहते हैं, और दूसरी है इक्विटी फंडिंग। आपने डेट तो ले लिया, बैंक लोन ले लिया, उसके बाद आप आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे हैं, तो एक दूसरी है जो इक्विटी है आपके पास, 100% कंपनी के शेयर्स आज आपके पास हैं, लेकिन आपने लिस्ट नहीं करवाया, इसलिए आपको इक्विटी का इंपॉर्टेंस पता नहीं है। तो ये हमने SME प्लेटफॉर्म इसलिए स्टार्ट किया था कि ताकि यहाँ के जो इस देश के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग हैं जो आगे बढ़ नहीं पा रहे हैं, उनको हम इक्विटी के माध्यम से पैसे दें और उनको और आगे बढ़ाएं, और ये इक्विटी उनके लिए लायबिलिटी ना बने, उनको मंथ टू मंथ सर्विसिंग उसकी ना करनी पड़े। विगत 6 सालों में जब से हमने SME प्लेटफॉर्म की शुरुआत की, मैं 27,000 प्रोमोटर से मिल चुका हूँ। 27,000 प्रोमोटर्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री आई हैव मेट। सबकी बैलेंस शीट मैंने देखी है। बैलेंस शीट देखने के बाद ये पता चला कि उनकी जो टॉप लाइन है, जो रेवेन्यू है, वो 10 करोड़ से लेकर के 600 करोड़ तक की थी, लेकिन बॉटम लाइन जिसको प्रॉफिट कहते हैं वो 10 लाख से लेकर के 5 करोड़ तक दम तोड़ गई 95% कंपनी में। अब इसके 2 कारण थे। एक तो वो 4 दीवारी के अंदर बोलते हैं सर टैक्सेशन मॉडल है, और दूसरा जो ऐसा लगा कि उन्होंने इतने बैंक लोन लेकर के रखे हैं कि कभी कभी ये समझ में नहीं आता है कि वो खुद के लिए बिजनेस कर रहे हैं या बैंक के लिए बिजनेस कर रहे हैं। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि कहीं ना कहीं हमने बैलेंस शीट को बैलेंस नहीं रखा है। बैलेंस शीट को बैलेंस इसलिए कहा जाता है क्योंकि डेट और इक्विटी की रेशियो बराबर होती है। कहीं ना कहीं आप सब लोगों ने जो है, जितने भी बिजनेसमैन हैं, उन्होंने अपने बैलेंस शीट को जो है बैलेंस में रखा नहीं है, और उसके चलते जो है उनको बहुत सारी परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। तो लिस्टिंग में क्यों कह रहा हूँ आपको करने के लिए, लिस्टिंग के बेनिफिट क्या है? नंबर 1, आपकी एक इक्विटी है, जो एक बहुत बड़ा रास्ता है आपके सामने फंड रेजिंग करने के लिए। वो आप फंड रेज कर लें और जिस चीज़ों के लिए आपको ज़रूरत है यूज करना है, उन चीज़ों के लिए यूज करें, ना कि हाँ आप पैसे अगर मार्केट से उठाते हैं तो सिर्फ बिजनेस के लिए यूज करें, ना कि मर्सिडीज और रोल्स रॉयस कार खरीदने के लिए यूज करें, और ना बड़े बंगले बनाने के लिए यूज करें। तो आपको अपनी बिजनेस के लिए यूज करना है, वो आपको ध्यान रखना है। इक्विटी फंडिंग इसलिए होती है। नंबर 2, आपकी बैलेंस शीट स्ट्रांग होती है। बैलेंस शीट बैलेंस होगी, इक्विटी डेट फंडिंग का रेशियो सामान्य रहेगा, तो आपकी जो है नेट प्रॉफिट कंपनी की बढ़ेगी, और जब कंपनी की प्रॉफिट बढ़ेगी तो आपके कंपनी के ऊपर बैंकर्स और दूसरे जो लोन देने वाले अधिकारी हैं उनका आपके पास के ऊपर विश्वास बढ़ेगा, मतलब आपकी कंपनी की विश्वसनीयता बढ़ रही है। तो बैलेंस शीट आपका स्ट्रांग हो रहा है, आपकी कंपनी की और आपकी विश्वसनीयता बढ़ रही है, आपकी कंपनी की विजिबिलिटी बढ़ रही है। आपको ये सोचना है, हर हमेशा अपने दिमाग में ये रखना है कि 38 साल में हम 10 करोड़ से 100 करोड़ की कंपनी बने या 11 करोड़ से 6.5 लाख करोड़ की कंपनी बने। रिलायंस ने यही किया। 38 साल पहले अपनी कंपनी को लिस्ट कराई, 11 करोड़ की मार्केट कैप थी, आज 6.5 लाख करोड़ की मार्केट कैप है। यस बैंक मुझे लगता है 6-7 साल पहले 20 रुपये का रेट चल रहा था, आज बोनस स्प्लिट होने के बाद मेरे ख्याल से 2000 रुपये का रेट चल रहा है। ये सारी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होती है जिसको हम कहते हैं अनलॉकिंग द वैल्यू ऑफ द कंपनी। आपकी कंपनी की वैल्यू आप लिस्टिंग करने के बाद अनलॉक कर रहे हो, आपकी कंपनी की विजिबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है। आप कहीं रायपुर की कंपनी होगे या आप अहमदाबाद की कंपनी होगे या राजकोट की कंपनी होगे, आपको कोई नहीं जानता है। लेकिन लिस्टिंग करने के बाद आप लोकल प्लेयर से एक नेशनल प्लेयर बन जाते हो, इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर बन जाते हो, सारे लोग आपको पहचान रहे हैं। तो एक लिस्टिंग करने से आपकी कितनी बेनिफिट हो गई, फंड्स आपको मिल गए, आपकी बैलेंस शीट स्ट्रांग हो गई, आपकी प्रॉफिट बढ़ गई, आपकी क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ गई, आपकी विजिबिलिटी बढ़ गई और आपकी वैल्यूएशन जो है अनलॉक होती है। दूसरी बात ये है, इक्विटी जो है वो आपके हाथ में करेंसी है। किस तरह से करेंसी है? इस देश में 2 ही व्यक्ति जो है नोट छापता है, एक आरबीआई गवर्नर। अगर मैं आपको 2000 रुपये का नोट देता हूं तो आप इसलिए एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि आरबीआई गवर्नर उस पर लिखता है आई प्रॉमिस टू पे द बियरर 2000 रुपीज, इसलिए आप एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। लेकिन वो भी इन्फ्लेशन के साथ उसकी वैल्यू घटती है। और करेंसी क्या है, रुपी क्या है? वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की इक्विटी है। इसलिए जब इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग होती है रुपी अप्रिशिएट होता है, जब इकोनॉमी वीक होती है रुपी डिप्रिशिएट करता है। और दूसरा व्यक्ति जो नोट छापता है वो है प्रोमोटर ऑफ द कंपनी। आप शेयर इशू करते हैं, वो कुछ नहीं है, आप नोट ही छाप रहे हैं और लोगों को बोल रहे हैं कि मैं शेयर आपको दे रहा हूं, उसके सामने आप पैसे दो। लेकिन आप आरबीआई गवर्नर से भी ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग है, क्योंकि आप किसी को प्रॉमिस नहीं कर रहे हैं कि जितने रुपये मैं आपको ले रहा हूं उतना रुपया आपको वापस करूंगा। तो अगर आपने 100 रुपये में शेयर लाए, 100 रुपये के शेयर का भाव 500 रुपया हो गया, तो 75% शेयर आपके पास है, आपकी वैल्यू बढ़ रही है। और 100 का अगर 25 रुपया हो गया तो कोई भी घर में के दरवाजे पे खड़ा होकर के 75 रुपया आपसे नहीं मांग रहा है। तो ये एक आपके हाथ में बहुत स्ट्रांग करेंसी है जो आपको आरबीआई गवर्नर या दुनिया के किसी भी गवर्नर से ज़्यादा पावर दे रही है। और जो दूसरी इक्विटी है जो आपके हाथ में बहुत बड़ा ब्रह्मास्त्र है वो ये है कि ये कोलेट्रल है। एक समय के बाद आपकी कोलेट्रल आपके हाथ से खत्म हो जाती है, आप कोलेट्रल नहीं दे सकते हो, सामने में आपको लोन नहीं मिल सकता है। कहीं ना कहीं पे आपकी कोलेट्रल की एक लिमिटेशंस होती है। जो ये इक्विटी है वो आपकी कोलेट्रल है। मान लो आपने 30% डाइल्यूट कर दिया और 5 साल के बाद आपको और ज़्यादा डाइल्यूट नहीं करना है, या 40% आपने डाइल्यूट कर दिया और आपको डाइल्यूट नहीं करना है, तो आप उसी को एज ए कोलेट्रल यूज कर सकते हैं। किसी भी एनबीएफसी या बैंक को आप दे सकते हैं और उसके सामने आप लोन ले सकते हैं। दैट इज कॉल्ड लोन अगेंस्ट सिक्योरिटीज। तो आपको, मुझे आज तक इतनी अच्छी कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट मार्केट में या वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं मिली है जो इतनी सारी बेनिफिट्स प्रोमोटर्स को दे सके। लेकिन बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेटली मुझे ये कहना पड़ता है और बार बार ये कहना पड़ता है कि हमारी संस्था जो 144 साल पुरानी है, जो कि इस देश की सबसे पुरानी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से भी 10 साल पुरानी है, वहाँ पे सिर्फ 5,600 कंपनियाँ सूचीबद्ध है। लेकिन आप एक चीज़ समझे, 5,600 कंपनियों ने $1.5 ट्रिलियन की संपत्ति बनाई, $1.5 ट्रिलियन की। तो हमारा ये मानना है कि एज ए प्रमोटर जो ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, जो ये अलाउद्दीन का चिराग है, मैं कितनी बार प्रमोटर से मिलता हूँ, प्रमोटर से पूछता हूँ कि आप प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कब करवाए, तो बोलते हैं 20 साल पहले कराएं, 25 साल पहले करवाएं। तो मैंने बोला आपने अपनी शेयर सर्टिफिकेट कभी देखी है 25 साल में? तो बोलता है नहीं सर 25 साल में शेयर सर्टिफिकेट नहीं देखी। मैंने कहाँ है शेयर सर्टिफिकेट? तो बोलता है या तो सीए के पास है या कहीं बंद दरवाजे में रखा हुआ है। तो मैंने बोला और अभी आपको शेयर सर्टिफिकेट डाइल्यूट करना हो रहा है तो इतनी आपको मोह क्यों आ रहा है? जो शेयर सर्टिफिकेट आपने 25 साल नहीं देखा उसके प्रति इतनी मोह और ममता क्यों? इससे अच्छा उसको आप एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट बनाएं, उसका 25% आप डाइल्यूट करें और उससे पैसे उठाएं। ऐसी कंपनी का ऑनर जिसका 100% शेयर्स आपके पास हो, जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं हो, उससे अच्छा 60% ऑनर उस कंपनी का होना जिसकी वैल्यूएशन 1000 करोड़ हो, ताकि आपके हाथ में 600 करोड़ है। तो उसको आपको यूज करना है। और हमने एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म में बहुत ही रिलैक्स्ड गाइडलाइन रखे हैं। 3 गाइडलाइन है। कोई भी कंपनी जिसकी पोस्ट इशू पेड अप कैपिटल 3 करोड़ है, नेट टेंजिबल एसेट 3 करोड़ है और नेटवर्थ 3 करोड़ है और विगत 2 सालों में प्रॉफिट है, वो कंपनी एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म पे लिस्ट हो सकती है। इसके अलावा हमने पोस्ट लिस्टिंग कंप्लाइंसेस भी काफ़ी रिलैक्स किए हैं। आपको हाफ ईयरली बैलेंस शीट जो है बीएसई में फाइल करनी है, वो भी अनऑडिटेड, और हाफ ईयरली शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न आपको फाइल करना है और ईयरली ऑडिटेड रिजल्ट्स आपको फाइल करनी है, पब्लिश करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसके अलावा 2 साल बाद अगर आपकी पोस्ट इशू पेड अप कैपिटल 10 करोड़ के ऊपर चली जाती है तो आप 2/3 नॉन प्रोमोटर्स अप्रूवल लेकर के मेन बोर्ड में माइग्रेट हो सकते हैं। तो गाइडलाइंस भी काफ़ी रिलैक्स रखी है। 3 महीने में कंपनी लिस्ट हो जाती है। अगर आज आपने मर्चेंट बैंकर के साथ मैंडेट साइन किया तो 3 महीने में आपकी कंपनी लिस्ट हो जाएगी। तो इस तरह से गाइडलाइन बहुत अच्छे हैं, आपकी वैल्यूएशन बढ़ती है, सारी बेनिफिट्स आपको मैंने बता दिया। और इससे पहले कि मैं अपना भाषण को विराम दूं, मैं आपको महाभारत का 2 अंश बता देना चाहता हूं कि महाभारत में 2 महापराक्रमी वीर थे, महान योद्धा थे। दोनों का नाम ए से स्टार्ट होता था। एक के गुरु जो थे भगवान विष्णु थे अर्थात श्री कृष्ण थे, और दूसरे के गुरु जो थे वो भगवान शिव थे, और दोनों का नाम ए से स्टार्ट होता था। लेकिन एक जो था वो अल्पायु में मारा गया और दूसरा जो था वो दीर्घायु में मारा गया। अब जो अल्पायु में मारा गया वो अभिमन्यु था और जो दीर्घायु होके मरा वो अर्जुन था। अब दोनों महान योद्धा थे, समान योद्धा थे, लेकिन एक अल्पायु में मरा, एक दीर्घायु में मरा होके मरा। अल्पायु में इसलिए मर गया कि उसको चक्रव्यूह तोड़ना आता था लेकिन चक्रव्यूह से निकलना नहीं आता था, और अर्जुन को चक्रव्यूह तोड़ना भी आता था और चक्रव्यूह से निकलना भी आता था। हम बिजनेस रूपी चक्रव्यूह में लोन लेकर के तो घुस जाते हैं, लेकिन इक्विटी रूपी ब्रह्मास्त्र नहीं लेंगे, चक्रव्यूह से बाहर कैसे आएंगे? तो आपको ये इक्विटी रूपी ब्रह्मास्त्र यूज करना पड़ेगा। हर हमेशा एक चीज समझिए, जो चीज आपको दिखता नहीं है उसकी वैल्यू ज्यादा होती है। नहीं तो हम लोग भाषण देंगे। अब अर्जुन और दुर्योधन को दोनों को श्री कृष्ण ने बोला कि भाई आप में से जिसको मैं सुबह सुबह पहले देख लूंगा उसके तरफ से रहूंगा। वो बहुत स्मार्ट बंदा था। ये नहीं बोला कि मैं आपके तरफ से युद्ध करूंगा, ये बोला मैं आपके तरफ से रहूंगा। तो दोनों ने बोला ठीक है। तो दुर्योधन पहले गया, वो सर के पास था, और अर्जुन जो है वो बाद में गया, वो पैर के पास था। अब महाभारत अगर देखें तो ये कह सकते हैं कि दुर्योधन अधर्मी था इसलिए सर के पास था, और अर्जुन जो था धर्मात्मा था इसलिए पैर के पास था। लेकिन बात अलग थी, दुर्योधन कृष्ण से उम्र में बड़ा भाई हुआ करता था इसलिए वो सर के पास गया, और अर्जुन समकक्ष था इसलिए पैर के पास था। तो स्वाभाविक था जब श्री कृष्ण उठेंगे तो देखेंगे सामने में अर्जुन को, तो उन्होंने अर्जुन को तो कहा, बोला मैं पांडवों की तरफ से रहूंगा। तो दुर्योधन लड़ने लग गया। अब अर्जुन में ये क्षमता नहीं थी कि बड़े भाई को ना बोल सके, लेकिन उसको मालूम था ये जो है दूरदर्शी योद्धा नहीं है, मतलब ये धीरू भाई अंबानी नहीं है, ये नॉर्मल बिजनेसमैन है। और अर्जुन जो है वो बिजनेसमैन, सही बिजनेसमैन है, दूरदृष्टि है, इसको बनना है 6.5 लाख करोड़ की कंपनी। तो उन्होंने इसको बोला दुर्योधन को कि देखो भाई मैं तो युद्ध नहीं करूंगा, मैं तो तुम लोग का भाई में हूँ, लेकिन ये मेरी 13 अक्षौहिणी सेना है, ये मैं तुमको देता हूँ, ये तुम्हारे लिए युद्ध करेंगे। तो दुर्योधन ने सोचा कि ये तो भाई अजय ठाकुर है, हम लोग को फालतू का भाषण सुनाता है, इसका भाषण सुन के क्या करेंगे, ठीक है। तो इससे अच्छा जो है हम ये 13 अक्षौहिणी सेना को लेते हैं और उनके साथ युद्ध करेंगे। तो उसने 13 अक्षौहिणी सेना को लिया, युद्ध हुआ, और श्री कृष्ण जो थे पांडवों के तरफ थे। तो आखिरकार युद्ध में कौन जीता? पांडव जीते। तो जो चीज़ नहीं दिखता है ना उसकी वैल्यू बहुत ज़्यादा है। इक्विटी आपको दिखेगी नहीं, लेकिन आपकी फिजिकल एसेट्स दिखेगी, लैंड दिखेगी, प्लांट दिखेगी, मशीनरी दिखेगी, जिसकी वैल्यू कुछ नहीं है। उसके साथ अटैचमेंट आप मत रखो। आपकी बिजनेस को इस तरह से ग्रो करो और उन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को यूज करो, डेट को यूज करो, इक्विटी को यूज करो, और अपने बिजनेस को ग्रो करो, ताकि आप भी बहुत से बड़े बिजनेसमैन बनो। और हम यस बैंक और यहाँ पे जितने भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं, हम सब लोगों का एक ही ध्येय है कि आप बड़े से बड़े बनो, वही हमारा ध्येय है। हमने 250 कंपनी को अभी तक एसएमई प्लेटफॉर्म पे लिस्ट कराई है। 27,000 कंपनी को मिले, उसमें से 250 कंपनी ने बोला लिस्ट करेंगे। तो हमने 250 कंपनी को लिस्ट किया और 50 कंपनी पाइपलाइन में है। लेकिन ये 250 कंपनी ने 25,000 करोड़ की मार्केट कैप बनाई है, 25,000 करोड़ की मार्केट कैप। तो मैं आप सभी लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, आप लोग यहाँ आए, हम आपको रेड कारपेट वेलकम देंगे, हम आपको बड़े बनाने में आपके अनपेड पार्टनर रहेंगे, तब तक जब तक आप इस देश की रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क के अंदर काम करो, स्टॉक एक्सचेंज की रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क के अंदर काम करोगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक्स अ लॉट।
It's the last 10 minutes for this session. It's a request. It's the last 10 minutes for this session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. तो थैंक यू अजय जी। तो अभिमन्यु, अर्जुन और अजय, तो ये भी महाभारत में मतलब चक्रव्यूह तोड़ने के लिए एक रास्ता बताया है। सो थैंक यू अजय जी फॉर योर इनसाइट्स। Mittal ji, maybe if you can cover 5 minutes from your side, I think one of the major challenges which the SMEs face is the requirement of collateral security. कि हम जो exposure मांगते हैं most of the times, so this is the representation which is there from the SMEs, कि bank insist on collateral and unless the collateral is given, the enhancement of the limits is not possible. So whether the customers, whether they should keep investing into their own business or whether to create a collateral to give to the bank. So in addition to whatever session which you have, I think if you can cover this point also, it will be helpful.
Friends, this is really a main concern for all of us, because banks will be thinking of covering their exposure, and you will be thinking that least of the collateral to be given. I think the basic point comes from the discipline. We all rate your accounts in the different way. If your rating is high, definitely we'll be asking for lowest of the collateral and lowest of the rate of interest. So my first suggestion to each one of you is to have discipline. अभी उन्होंने listing की बात की. Listing is way of putting discipline itself. When you are a listed company, you will have to adhere to the certain disciplines. And if your company is best rated through disciplines, we'll be seeking least of the collaterals. As we grow, in beginning, you have to give more collateral. But in the proportion of growth, we never ask you the collateral. For a loan of 10 crores, we may be asking 100% collateral. But for a loan of 100 crore or 500 crore, we never ask for 100% collaterals. Your track record speaks of itself. We are having examples where our people grow from a very small limit of 50 lakhs to say 100 crores. With the growth of the company, wealth is automatically created and the confidence of bank is also enhanced up to that level. So collateral is not the only thing we are financing. We are taking care of your reputation also, your growth story. We are financing the growth story. So as far as collateral is concerned, it is only one part, not the all part. Your discipline definitely plays a vital role, I think, in covering the collateral.
Yes, thank you, Mittalji. So I think important is basically the transparency and the discipline which Mittalji talked about. I think this is something which is important, and that is where the collateral requirement will start coming down. Thank you. I would move to Prashantji. So Prashantji, the experience of the banks in the MSME segment, it has been relatively better if you have to compare with the corporate banking which is there. I think the number of NPAs which are there and the overall problems which are there, and most of the MSME exposures, to a larger extent, they are collateralized to some extent, which means that the possibility of recovery is very high. So why can't all the banks be aggressive into that? So maybe Yes Bank is very aggressive into that segment. So as I mentioned, it is more than 50% growth is something which we are achieving. So there is more support which is required by the SME in terms of the funding. So what do you think are the challenges which are there from the banking side?
I am Prashant Chakravarti here. I take care of the SME business for Axis Bank for Western Zone here. Yeah, as you rightly mentioned, Sandeep, the nuances the bank face while funding SME segment. See what happens, the steel industry is vulnerable, very vulnerable, and we are seeing the cyclic, very cyclic in nature here. So anything which happens in the parent industry, it has a direct or indirect impact on the SMEs here. And what happens when something happens to the industry or the economy, I think the most vulnerable segment is the SMEs here. The payments get delayed, the payments get disrupted, and as a result of which the working capital cycle gets elongated. So what happens? The interest cost goes up. See, while while funding an SME, bank faces a couple of things which I think, as an entrepreneur, you really have to seriously look into it. First thing is that there are a lot of things happens on cash basis here. A lot of transactions happen on cash which are not through the banking channel here. So banks are more comfortable when the things move through a proper banking channel here. So a lot of things, though the turnover may be showing at 20 crores, but the actual turnover may be more than 100 crores here. So my request will be that the entire transactions should be brought into the banking channel. Secondly, what happens is the capital base of any entrepreneur or a company related to the steel industry is on a lower side. But a lot of money is pumped into the system by way of unsecured cash, unsecured borrowings from friends and relatives here. So with the new law in place, I think that this kind of transactions will reduce. But still, I feel the capital base of a company is very low. I think the proper funding is required from the banks. Capital base has to be strengthened here on a regular basis here. Thirdly, most of the companies are on a proprietary partnership firms. I think if those can be collateralized and to the extent of maybe the converted into a limited companies, that gives a lot of comfort to the banks here. So these are the issues which a bank faces while lending to a steel sector. But I can tell you, as entrepreneurs, they we are, as a bankers, we are partners to your growth. As a bank, our segment, I think, is a very important segment for us. Almost 10% of our bank's lending is to the iron and steel segment here. That's a very, very important segment for us. So, bank has been supported the industry throughout. But only thing what we face, there is a cyclical nature, and if there can be a steady growth, banks will feel more comfortable here.
Thank you, Prashantji. Sir, we can have your views, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll quickly take you through the lifeline of a MSME. Now, what happens is, like, we start with an idea. We call it an ideation stage. So you have an idea that you want to do some business. Now, what kind of business you want to do, you're not very sure. So that is a stage when you need a lot of information, a lot of counseling, a lot of market reports, study reports that you want. Okay, after going through all this, you've decided, okay, you want to set up a steel industry. Okay. Now, once you've decided to do that, the next stage is you would like to have a project report. What exactly you want to do, what would be the capacity, where do you get your raw material from, where you get your machines from, what would be the cost, how much of area you need as a building, civil work. And then you've decided you need some people, some counseling, some support, and then you've prepared a project report, you're ready. Once you've done that, then it comes to the stage of setting up the unit. When you're setting up the unit, you'll go to a bank, आप अपना project report देंगे बैंक को, and request for an application for a term loan, or if you don't want a term loan, you'll go to BSc, get your SIM listed, I mean, obviously after some time, and then you get the funds. Bank के साथ deal करने में, what we observed is, the entrepreneurs face a lot of problems. भाई बैंक का application भरना है, the bank will start asking a lot of queries, you don't know what to reply to that. So that is one problem, but you cross through that, and the unit is set up. Then comes the stage of stabilization. Initial 1-2 saal mein, you will stabilize the operations. And then once that is done, you would like to grow or expand or diversify. So that again brings you back to the ideation stage, okay, where you need more information and all. As far as SIDBI is concerned, SIDBI would be with you at all stages of the life of an MSME, right from the ideation stage, when you need a lot of information on the idea. We have a website called the smallb.in, where you'll get all kinds of information that you want to, you would need on the idea. And then as far as the financing is concerned, well, apart from the equity support that we give through our associates, they will be giving the term loan, working capital, and then a whole lot of things, and that's all in all. The why SIDBI was set up, it is the apex financial institution for financing, promotion and development of MSMEs, okay? And also coordinate our activities with other institutions who are involved in similar activities. Now, financing was just one basic small part of the entire exercise. What we did last few years, last 1 year maybe, we've shifted our focus from a credit-based approach to a credit-plus approach. Okay? Credit is just one part. The basic problem that in MSME faces is that of advice, ideas, counselors. Okay? So we developed a concept of certified credit counselors. Okay? Which are certified, they have to do a course, they will be with you, they are there on the website, you can approach them, they'll help you through the entire process. Okay? Apart from that, apart from the other initiatives, I'll tell you about a few digital initiatives that SIDBI has taken off late. The main one is the Udyami Mitra. Now, you don't need to go to a bank to apply for a term loan or a working capital. You can do it sitting at your home. You log on to the website, fill your application, you decide which bank, which branch you want to approach for this thing. You file your application, it goes straight to the branch and then you hear from the branch. So that's a major thing. In that particular initiative, apart from the credit, the application stage that we've incorporated into, we've also involved 17,000 plus hand-holding agencies. Okay, they are there on the website. Anything you want, a market information, a raw material assistant, how to fill the working capital account, or whatever you want. All these kind of hand-holding agencies are there on the website for you. You can log in, you can download, you can approach them, talk to them, get your problem sorted out. So that's a major thing that in digital initiative that we thought, because there is a new digital thing that has to be done, and it helps in reaching out to the entrepreneurs very easily. So we've gone a big way in this digital environment. Another major thing that we've done is we've set up a platform. Now, MSME Act says MSME, whenever they supply to anyone, the payment should be made within 45 days. Okay? But generally it doesn't happen. So what we've done is we've given you an option. There is a platform, okay, run by Receivables Exchange of India. There you can upload your invoices. Okay? And the best part here is that the rate at which your invoices are discounted is based on the rating of the buyer. Okay? Like suppose on a standalone basis, your working capital is at say 11% or 10% or 12%, whatever. If you come on the platform, the invoices are discounted based on the credit rating of the buyer. So suppose the buyer is A rated or a double A rated, you can get financing at even 8.5 or 9%. Okay? So that's a big saving for the working capital, the cost that you incur on the working capital financing. And it also helps you in doing ease of business. There's no paperwork, it's all hassle-free. All you need to do is just upload, even at night, 9 a.m., you can upload the invoice from your house, and then you can do the entire transaction. So these are the two major things that on the digital thing that we started very recently. Apart from that, SIDBI has also started a CRISIDEX, okay, which is an MSME index. Like what we have for the various equity index, we've got an MSME index now, which tells you on a quarterly basis how the sentiment is going up as far as the MSMEs are concerned. It's going up, it's stable, it's coming down. If that is the case, then what is the reason? So that's another thing which we never had. I mean, as far as the MSMEs are concerned, India never had an MSME index or any such kind of uniform, centralized kind of an index where what is the atmosphere of the MSMEs, anyone could know. So that's a big change that has happened. Okay. As far as the collateral thing was concerned that we've been discussing, well, SIDBI already has CGTMSE up to 2 crores. Any loan that you take is covered under CGTMSE. Now we also got the NCGTC, which is now handling, I think, 7 funds on various sectors. So that's another thing that is happening, and you'll get to know more things very soon.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, sure. I will take 2 questions actually. We are running short on time actually. Haji.
Now we have got SME. So you said that 100 crores.
Mic le lijiye, sir.
Which is 250 crores. Correct. So there's no difference now because all the government Number two, blockchain technology. Now we have got GST. So GST is now reflectable everywhere. So now my suggestion is that because you are saying that there is a problem in cash credit and everything, because it is based on our statements. But now because your bank has already taken bank and even State Bank also, with that your client account ledger will be connected to your banking system. So you are always having 24 hours inspection on that what are the data of that. Because that once discounting of 120 days or 90 days will not apply to our steel industry, because hardly there is a credit of 90 days or 120 days in steel industry. So the discounting is not there. But yes, our book debts is concerned, at the moment you don't have any process except the statement of the client, which comes up on the 7th or 10th of the next month. But now with blockchain technology, which your bank is having, and with the GST, now GST loads the bill within 24 hours to your side. So looking to that thing, I think you can think of taking this.
So I fully agree with you. So there is a lot of data which is getting generated now.
Yeah.
So unlike maybe the earlier times wherein we were dependent on the customer to get a lot of data, now based on the GST returns which you file, I think the bulk of the information, it is already available in the domain basically. So once that access has been given, so which are the customers, whom are you supplying, all those details, it is available in addition to whatever bank statements. In fact, we are one of the few banks which has come out with a GST based, so we don't ask for financial statements, we don't ask for bank statements. So there is a loan up to 1 crore which is just given on the basis of GST returns which you file. So there are products which are getting introduced around whatever the suggestions which you are making. So it is just a question of awareness. So as I was...
Cost will come down by 82%. Instead of the manual, if you do all these things on... I was told by Mr. Ahuja from that Ratnakar that their cost of opening a saving account is now only 14 rupees compared to 100 rupees to all your other banks. So this was just an observation.
Sure, sir. Thanks.
My question is for Mr. Mittal. Sir, as Mr. Chakravarti said, steel sector is really a very cyclic business. Ups and downs are very fast. Last 5-6 years were very bad for the स्टील सेक्टर पे इस पीरियड में जो छोटे कंपनीज है ये उनका बहुत सा प्रॉफिट और इरोड हो गया बट सम कंपनीज आर स्टिल जो 3 साल 4 साल पहले भी बंद हो गए बट दे आर स्टिल सर्विंग इंटरेस्ट एंड दे आर नॉट गॉन एनपीए बट नाउ व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम देयर नाउ गुड टाइम हैज कम फॉर स्टील एंड नाउ कैपिटल इज नीडेड so what is your policy because they have lost their what you have funded they have lost in the losses. So now they need new money to capital for working the business. So what is your policy for reviving such companies?
Sorry to interrupt, just that is the last question, sir. Thank you.
So Mittal ji, आपके लिए question है.
Sir, revival definitely it depends upon the basic point that whether it is viable or not. If unit is viable, definitely we are ready for restructuring even. Restructuring in broader terms had been disbanded now, but it is never disbanded as far as revival is concerned. If a unit is viable, definitely we can. We can do it in other terms. Funds can be infused, but if it is a big unit, definitely policies are different. It's a small unit, can be revived. So no question of that, that it cannot be revived.
And as you said, the account is not an NPA, so there should not be a problem at all.
Restructuring even.
Because as banks, we are also studying the industry, how the industry is moving. So we also know the industry is improving. And I don't think any problem will be faced with as far as
Banka, there is a separate circular which is there on revival of MSME units. In addition to the normal, so MSME units, there is a preferential treatment which is given by Reserve Bank of India. And there is a committee which each of the banks is required to form, and there are 2 external nominees into that committee. So whatever revival and rehabilitation proposals which are there, they are carefully evaluated. Because recovery by sale of the assets, this is the last option. First, we'll have to clearly rule out that rehabilitation and revival is not possible. Then only we'll go for that recovery mechanism. So the preference for the bank, so even if it is a standard or even if it is a non-NPA, the preference for the bank is to revive and rehabilitate if there is a viability. I think this is important. So it is in the hands of the promoter to justify, yes, it is a business which can be revived and there is a good viability for this business. So I think that's it from our side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge, huge round of applause for this wonderful and very, very knowledgeable session. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. And now, without further ado, we have come to the last session for the day, but a power-packed session again. The topic is Waste to Wealth, New Technology, Export Opportunities, Government Support for MSME Steel Sector and Exhibitors Presentation. I would like to call on stage our chairman. Please give a huge round of applause for Miss Ruchika Chaudhary Govilji, ladies and gentlemen, the Joint Secretary, Steel Government of India. And joining her, we have the panelists, Dr. Mukesh Kumarji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Mukesh Kumarji? He is the director of SRTMI. Can we have the applauses, please, ladies and gentlemen? It's the last session for the day. Joining them, we have Shri Himanshu Desai ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Himanshu Desai ji, the CEO of New India Electricals. Joining them, we have Shri R.K. Bagchi ji. He's the director of NIST. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri R.K. Bagchi ji? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have an applause, please? Yes? Yes. All right. Joining them, we have Shri Yogesh Mandhani ji, President SRAM. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge, huge round of applause for our panelists and our chairman? Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having the felicitation. May I please call on stage Shri Dinesh Agarwal ji from Rupam Steel. Can we have an applause for Shri Dinesh Agarwal ji? May I please request everyone to kindly settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly settle down. Gentlemen, it's the last session, so request, please settle down. So please settle down, sir. Gentlemen, please settle down. Gentlemen, please. Please, gentlemen, please settle down. It's a kind request. Okay. May I please request Shri Dinesh Agarwal ji to present the felicitation to Ms. Ruchika Chaudhary Govilji. Can we have a thunderous round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? It's an honor, a privilege to have her amongst us. It's really an honor. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. And now may I please call on stage Shri Anuj Agarwal ji from Kalika Steel to please come on stage. We have Amit Garg ji to present the felicitation to Dr. Mukesh Kumar ji. Can we have an applause, please? Thank you so much, sir. Now may I please call on stage Shri Lokesh Bharuka ji from Om Sairam Steel. May you please present the felicitation to Shri Himanshu Desai ji. Can we have an applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, yes. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Thank you. May I please call on stage Shri Dinesh Rathi ji from Rajuri Steel. Can we have Mr. Shravan Agarwal from Guardian Castings, please, to present the memento to Shri R.K. Bagchi ji. It's a can we have the photo up, please? Thank you so much. And last but not the least, may I please invite on stage Shri Vipin Agarwalji from Vistar Steel to please come and present the memento to the visionary Shri Yogesh Mandhani ji with a huge applause, ladies and gentlemen, the torchbearer. The stage is all set. You can go on with the proceedings. Ma'am, you will be moderating. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm very aware that now it's the last session of the day. We've been at it all day. And I think you've got a lot of gyan from a lot of type of quarters. The topics that have been given to this panel today are actually very varied. One talks about government support to MSMEs. One is about export opportunities, exhibitions, and waste to wealth for the new technologies. So it's a variety of topics that we have to quickly cover in this panel. I will just start importantly what everybody talks about is the government support. Government support actually can be covered in various aspects. The first and the obvious one which gets discussed all the time is the kind of subsidies that could be given to MSME sector. This request comes to us not only directly from associations but also from political quarters. As was discussed in the presentation at the beginning of the day, that there is a large employment, a large amount of products that are produced, and the output of the sector is very great. So there is a need to have subsidies for this sector, and the subsidies is mooted in terms of finance, in terms of land, in terms of electricity, and in terms of the product per se. But in this, I have to actually act as a dampener and give you some information in an international context. You see, the industry went through a very bad phase in 2015. There was an overall collapse of the steel sector. In that regard, in the global milieu, in the G20, a global forum on the excess capacity of steel was set up. This is monitored by the G20 and with OECD actively participating. There it was decided that in the world there is an excess capacity of steel, and therefore there is a case for actually downsizing the amount of steel that is being produced. I must point out that Government of India played a very important and a strong role and said, no, we cannot downsize. In fact, what the earlier presenter talked about, that our per capita consumption is very low. We are at a point where our infrastructure has to develop, we have to grow. So we will actually be going to 300 million tons. So there is no case of actually downsizing the production of steel in this country. Then the discussion moved to the next point, that are there any market distorting measures? Are there subsidies which are being given to the industry world over, which is resulting in distortion in the economy, in the sector, which results in dumping in other countries, so that there is a detriment to the steel industry? In this regard, now there is very close monitoring of all international bodies, all countries, on every country's measures to ensure that there is no distortion, no subsidy, there is no measure which actually results in there being an excess capacity of steel. India is also a signatory to this. Our minister in 2017, Berlin, has also promised that India will not undertake any market distorting subsidy. So with this, we as a nation are now bound not to give subsidies for production of steel. So we cannot in any form give any direct subsidy to the sector. But having said that, we are here to support any R&D measure, any specific need that has to be addressed of the steel sector. With me is sitting Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Director of SRTMI. So if there are technological challenges which the industry faces in any regard, we can take up R&D measures because it is not a specific subsidy that we are talking about, but it's a technological support, a product development, etc. That is a measure we could be doing. Also, we could be supporting the MSME sector in a very major way by promoting products, by actually being facilitators of any demand that is being created to ensure that the person sitting here, the products that you are producing, that they reach the right quarters, that there is a market created for our MSME products. While we have already made the required changes to say that tenders cannot talk in terms of secondary sector or integrated steel plants, that it is a common platform, that if it is BIS compliant, there cannot be a differentiation. We can ensure that these measures are actually adopted. And in case there is a grievance that was being talked about in the morning by the minister, sir had also mentioned that, please bring these grievances. We will ensure that anybody who takes out a tender has to ensure a level playing field. We have also recently, thank you. We've also recently launched, that was also a great initiative of the Honorable Minister, that we must give recognition to the good practices, the good work being done by the secondary steel sector. I'm sure most of you were aware that we had launched in, I think it was December end or January beginning, the Secondary Steel Sector Award. We got reasonable response. I must be honest, we did not get as enthusiastic a response as that we had thought we would get. But this being the first year, we discounted for that, and we hope we'll get better response in future for that award. Now, this award not only recognizes all the good measures, the steps, the practices of the secondary steel sector, it also helps us profile our secondary steel sector. We at the ministry have a lot of interaction with the larger players, with some of the more active associations. We do not have complete detail of each and every player who is there in the secondary steel sector. We would like to know them. We would like to help them. Yesterday, I was in a particular conclave where we were actually having presentations by the large infrastructure projects, the Sagarmala, the Bharatmala, the quadrangle, the golden quadrangle, the dedicated freight corridor, etc. And what emerged there was that there is going to be a huge, a really, really huge demand for steel in the next 5 years. We would therefore request that the MSME sector comes across here. Paramjit here is actually going to be tabulating each and every MSME player. What are your strengths? What are your products? And how can we actually help you come across to, handhold you to meet the demand that is being generated in the infrastructure sector? This is a role where we could act as a facilitator and help you to take you places. Also, the ministry is literally on a monthly basis getting requests from various countries for participation in various international fairs, in various international conclaves, to say where could there be an international partnership in terms of technology. It could be in terms of inputs, and it could be in terms of outputs. I must confess that we are very constrained to talk about the products from our country that we could actually take to these countries. This is here we could help you develop an export market. In the process of doing our secondary steel sector award, we did go out to about 200 odd units, and we were very, very pleasantly surprised to know that so many sectors have actually got a very evolved export market, something that we were not fully aware of. We did not know the depth of the sector as to how much is being achieved. And these were only some players. So the remaining part of y'all who are here, who are players, if you were to be in touch with us, give us your profiles, give us your products, give us your strengths. When we participate in these international fairs, either we will ask you to participate, or we will take your products and we will take your messages across and act as, you know, I mean, I don't want to use the word licensing, but we could actually be the interface for you for a very large international market. My short point here in all this, that the government can act as a support. Do not ask us in monetary terms, in terms of a direct subsidy, because that is in the international milieu not allowed. But in so many other innovative ways, we could carry the MSME sector and we could actually promote the sector way more than what we are currently doing. I also think that we will shortly be putting out all our technology measures that we've been doing in the past 10 years. It is there with us in the ministry. It's not been put out on a public platform. Do go to our website and see the kind of research that has been done. If anything interests you, do get back in touch with us. We will handhold you for new technological measures. Mr. Mukesh Kumar here will talk to you about the new platform, which is the SRTMI. We could take up research for you in case you wanted to. I mean, either free of cost, because government is now investing a lot of money, and we want to see that whatever is at a lab stage must go down to the shop floor level to help you all. Also here we have with us Dr. Bakchi from NIST. NIST is also going to be, has been working very hard and will work very hard to actually train your personnel. Now this is again, it can be reasonably free of cost. We need not. We may charge you nominally. That will depend on the business model he'll develop with you. But for energy efficiency, for your personnel management, these are all developmental exercises that the ministry could help you undertake. So I would suggest that we, through SRTMI, do contact the ministry. We are not here to only represent the larger players. We are here to actually carry a lot of your problems, to find solutions and to carry your products. If there's anything further that will come up later, you can discuss with me. But I'll now hand over the mic to Mr. Mukesh Kumar.
Well, before I start, I have made some small presentation. So I just wanted to share, because before starting my presentation, I have taken clue from my previous speaker, Mr. Thakur, who told top line and bottom line. Both are important. And sometimes you see that bottom line when we are talking, why we are not meeting the bottom line. That is the point. Because if we see the last 5 years, 6 years, we are saying we were passing through a turmoil. There were so many issues. But if you see the last 10 years was the golden period for the China. They have increased production from 250 million ton to 880 million ton. This was the time when China has encased the opportunity. But we lost. I will show you in my presentation, although India should have encased that thing, but somewhere we have failed. But why we have failed? We have to analyze ourselves. And unless we analyze our previous data, previous performance, I don't think we will be in a position to find out some ways how to move forward. So in last 2011, we had a secondary conference. We made a lot of recommendation. R&D bulletin came, so much technology improvement we have to do, but we could not make progress. Then came in 2015, again we had a roundtable conference chaired by Honorable Minister Sri Tomarji. We made a lot of recommendation. FICCI report came. So many recommendations were made, but it seems that we have overlooked those also. But ultimately, we landed into an area where we should not have. So when we have analyzed all these angles, the ministry has thought by where we are failing, what is the need of the technology today? Because in today's time, unless you move with the technology, I don't think we can compete in the global market. Today we are worried that some people are dumping. If we are having such resources, if utilizing those resources and adopting new technologies, if we can produce a better quality of steel, cycle can reverse. Instead of people are dumping in our country, we can dump into their countries. So that opportunity is there, and we should be ready to take the challenge. So with that only, when we were reviewing these things, we came out with the national steel policy. We came out with the national steel policy. In the national steel policy, we have kept only 3 things. Number 1, we have to increase the production, but not the way we are doing today. We have to be competitive. secondary industry has to perform, and they have to compete in the global market so that banking people and other people can gain more confidence, and you can get more benefit from the bank support also and from other institutions also. So for that, we thought technological need is there. And third, when we are doing this thing, equal participation from the industry should also be there. So once we are joining hand, so that should be there. So in all these things we found technology is going to play a major role. It seems that in the last 10 years, we have not focused on that, and that's why we are lagging behind in the circuit. So if you see any steel production circuit, we are having, this is the normal circuit we are having. Out of these things, 3 EAF route, DRI route, or we say this thing route, high induction furnace route. These are our three things. This is the main contributing factor. If you see in the integrated steel plant, yes, there are issues, but there also, we are not discussing here, we were lagging a lot of things. Like we are having a lot of coal, but we could not utilize. We are having high quality iron ore, but still some people are importing that thing. Some logistic issues are coming there. There are some productivity issues and other things. But why induction furnace, if you see, world over, induction furnace has slowly gone away. I think hardly any country is following the path of induction furnace. But in our country, we are the only country we are taking the path of the induction furnace. Either they have gone to the electric arc furnace, or they have clubbed induction furnace with other technology so that they can produce the quality steel and they can meet the requirement of the market. So unless we also look into those type of things, give small investment and other things, I think we will continue to face this type of issue. And with that objective only, Steel Research Technology Mission of India was made. Today also we were holding discussion with IIT Mumbai so that a consultancy group is available in this region and can support the western area. Similarly, the other region also, eastern region also, northern region also, and we are trying to do our level best. But before going to the next stage, we thought, let us analyze our previous performance so that we can identify the area what we need. And in next slide, I will show, when we were reviewing the performance, this is the secondary sector performance at a glance. If you see the performance of induction furnace, we are having a capacity of say around 36 million ton, but the utilization was only 26%. If we see electric arc furnace, it was the only route. I will show you in subsequent slide why they could perform more than 100%. There are regions, because lot of initiative were taken, lot of technology measures were taken. I will show you that also. So if you see from that angle, plant utilization factor was very, very small. If this plant utilization factor would have increased, our other things would have decreased, I think we could have competed in the international market. Now these are the things what we are having in the re-rolling sector. In this sector also, if you see, our waste which is coming out in the form of the mill scale, in the form of scrap, in the form of sludge, dust, everything. Everything is there. Have we handled those things? That thing gone as a loss. Why it has gone? If it could have been converted into a productivity, we could have competed with our cost. So these are also other issues are there, which we thought we should try to look into it. So roughly now we will be concentrating mainly on the secondary sector, means covering electric arc furnace, induction furnace, and we'll just try to show you where we were. I was saying that the technology development is required, this I already told, because if we are looking for a profitability, because when every country, China, other people, they could face the challenges of the market, in that time, we have failed. So this time we don't want to fail. Because as I told you, China, the way they have grown, if you see the last 5 years performance, our total production still is remaining almost same, 1650 million ton. Sometime 1630, sometime 1650, sometime 1670. But our contribution is only around 100 million ton. But during last 5 years, from 2013 to 2017, if you see, most of the countries, their production has gone down. India has gone up. And this time is there. The opportunity what we lost in the past, we should not miss again. And we should try to encourage these things. There is a commitment from the India side also, and steel industry is the biggest contributor to CO2 emission. There also we told we are going to reduce 33%. By what? By technology upgradation only, and by this thing mechanism. So again, we cannot think that we can go without technology. This is the performance. If you see the performance of the secondary sector, every area you see, whether it is a current, whether it is a oil consumption, power consumption, yield, anything you see, we are much, much behind than the best available technology. Why we are? Somewhere we are at 50%, somewhere we are at 60%, somewhere we are 80%. In most of the areas, starting an oil consumption, power consumption, yield, utilization of the mill, anything you see, there is a big difference is there. So that itself shows that there is an urgent need that we should look for the technology innovations and we should go. We have analyzed other challenges also what industry has failed, that non-availability of raw material was there, MMDR Act came, then Supreme Court decision came, coal block were closed, so many things were there. Last 4 years in India, it was a special issue because so many things came one after one, one after one. Several iron ore mills and that. Then there was some policy about the billets were not available because integrated steel plants, they were just meeting themselves only, they were not giving to the secondary sector. So that also issue has to be looked into. Energy was one of these things, energy consumption was very, very high. And which is today, energy cost is so high, if we are not concentrating on energy, we will be out in the market. Similarly, your waste generation, converting waste into value-added products. Nowadays, like graphite electrodes are there. We have taken number of initiatives, just starting, like we want to make needle coke also in our own country. We want to see that graphite electrode, we should become the leader. Today also we are exporting to several countries, but raw material 100% we are importing. We are having a lot of coal tar, we are having a lot of petroleum coke, but why we cannot produce needle coke also in our country and become the leader in this industry and make our electric arc furnace industry very, very competitive in the market. Those initiatives also we are planning we should initiate. The time has come when we focus on these things. If you want looking for the sustainability approach, you will agree with me that reduction in the energy intensity is the urgent need of the time. Effective utilization of your energy sources. If you see in our any factory, lot of opportunities are there where you can recover heat, can convert into the electricity, but we are losing. Several places, whether it is a rolling mill section, whether through radiation heat, so many technology have come. People are still nowadays started looking for zero emission technologies. And that thing is going on in the worldwide. So we are even not in that area also. Then benchmarking and privatization of investment to improve energy. I don't think there is any practice in our secondary sector to benchmark ourselves with the international practices there. So that also we have to be focused and we have to consider those things also. And then our Honorable Prime Minister has told earlier we were having 3R principle, reduce, reuse, recycle. But they have converted into the 6R principle. There are so many other ways also when waste can be converted into other product also. That's why they told reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, redesign, and reclaim, remanufacture. So something can be used in other form also. Like in integrated steel plant, we want to use slag into fertilizer and want to convert everything from there. Integrated steel plant, we have taken a lot of initiatives for energy conservation, and we are very hopeful in next 4 to 5 years, we will reduce our energy consumption by at least around 25 to 30%. That's what we are targeting also. So if I'm just giving you one example, this is now something I'm not talking all the technology here, but just one example for the secondary sector I want to give, where immediately DRI sector can reduce power consumption by more than around 30 to 35%, increase productivity by more than around 40 to 50%, and can decrease cost of production at least by 4,000 to 5,000 rupees per ton. Such technology we have not adopted. Like this is your standard DRI route. If you see, we are having a furnace, rotary kiln. This is going to the cooler. And from the cooler, all the sponge iron is cooled down. Then we are again putting into the electric arc furnace. Then again something in induction furnace, sometime in electric arc furnace. So it means whatever heat was there, that has been lost. Whatever time was there, productivity has gone down. So we have not thought, is there any other way by which we can increase the productivity and other things? Not in India, some people, not in this route, but other things also they have tried. Like I'm giving you an example, What they have done is they have cut the secondary part of this thing as an alternative only. Okay, let us keep it as a standby, but normally bottom blown converter was very, very old technology. And they told if we can put bottom blown, all the hot sponge iron directly into the bottom blown converter, you don't need any electrical energy, you don't need any energy. All the material which is coming at 1400 degrees centigrade, just blow the oxygen from the bottom, and you can produce any type of quality steel you want. All the problem you were having about the charcoal, dalchar, anything, everything will go there with oxygen, you can reduce everything. You can produce any type of steel what you want, whether it is a alloy steel, whether it is a stainless steel, any type of thing you can add here. So just by adding one small component of a bottom blown converter, like today China is making around more than 50 million ton of steel with this bottom blown converter. Russia is making around more than 8 to 10 million ton of alloy steel with this bottom converter only. But in India, I think this technology is still, we have to start. In future, there is a continuous big market for the alloy steel, and when there is a market which is going to go from 6 million ton today to around 12 million ton by next 8 to 10 years, we feel there is a big scope for the alloy steel industry and secondary industry. And we should immediately take up these type of issues so that we can meet the requirement of our alloy steel requirement also, especially steel, as well as steel. And then there should not be any problem of BIS standard that we are not meeting the sulfur or we are not meeting the phosphorus or anything. Whatever you want, we can do it, this thing. Just at the end only, I want to just brief you. People say that we don't have resources. If you see the resources wise, I have given the resources of the iron ore, everything here. But if you see the quality of the Indian iron ore, if equivalent iron we consider, it is the highest in the world. When China can compete in the world market with an iron content of only around 34%, they can compete with that, but we with at 64%, equivalent iron cannot compete in the market. So there is something wrong in our approach. That approach we have to correct. And that approach can come only because even with this 64% iron, if we are not competing in the market, so there is something wrong. So the time has come, then where we have to think about the technology and this thing. This is an example in front of you, electric arc furnace, where you have reduced your graphite electrode consumption from 6 to around 1.5, 1.2. Electrical consumption has gone from 630 to around 280, 250, because continuous improvement was there. So this slide I wanted to show you, at least in electric arc furnace, we were continuously improving the technologies. But induction furnace side and other side, I think we missed somewhere, and we have to club number of technologies. And if we do with this thing, I think innovation is the way of the journey. And if we join hand, yes, we can create a sustainable world, because what Abdul Kalam ji has told, every inch of our land is having prosperity, but that is underground. And every inch of our land is having poverty, that is above ground. Time has come, then poverty has to be buried and prosperity has to be taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. I'll have to seek your leave because I have my flight to catch. Thank you so much. It's been a very productive thing. I think you got a very good audience and a lot of productive sessions going. My last words here today would be, do tell your associations to have your names registered with the ministry. Paramjeet will be our additional industrial advisor, will be asking all the associations about all the persons with the core strengths of each of the MSME units. Only if you register with us, make your presence known, will we be able to carry your products and your problems across. Thank you so much. It's been a great, you've been a great audience. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We shall be continuing this our session. We have Mr. Bakchi from NIST. He is a very prominent and very knowledgeable person within us. I'll just hand over the mic to him. He will take us to the waste to wealth. The subject is waste to wealth. We would all like to hear more about it, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's already good evening to all of you, all my friends, old friends. My topic today is waste to wealth. I think this is not a very new topic. This is age-old practice by human being. When you create something, human is known for his creation. When you create something, you are already converting a waste material to wealth. So it is being practiced now everywhere, even in household. रद्दी बेचते हैं ना, रद्दी बेच के क्या करते हैं? Waste to wealth ही create करते हैं. But only thing is, this is a concept and attitude to be built in mindset. And you will find your own ways to create wealth out of the waste. Now, as per the modern industrial philosophy, it is switching over from old concept to a new concept of circular economy. It is an alternative to a traditional linear economy, which is make, use and dispose. Circular economy, in turn, it focuses on keeping resources in use as long as possible, extract the maximum value out of it during the use, then recover, regenerate the products and the materials at the end of each service life through recycling. The advantages of these concepts are as studied. Protects natural resources because you are not extracting natural resources that much which earlier you were. Reduces waste generation because you are recycling it. Every time you are grabbing something out of it. Derive greater resource productivity. Cost control, ultimate goal. Help to reduce environmental impacts. This entire concept, as told, it is a shift from the old approach of take, make, waste to a new concept of take, make, take, make, take, make. You don't actually generate waste or throw something. However, here the catch is technologies and capabilities are the critical issues of the success of this particular new approach. Dr. Mukesh Kumar already narrated that need of technology, and this technological and this waste to wealth concept is again a mindset which we'll have to build up to have a competitive edge over so-called primary sector of the secondary sector. Now, add value to human resources through knowledge and skill development. And skill development is, what is skill development? Skill development is, you have got human resource, which if it is underperforming, this means it is creating its own waste. So you are again, through skill development, you are creating human waste to human wealth. They are ultimately giving you something, some resources for your business environment. On this industrial front, as already told by Honorable Minister Sir, Secretary Ma'am, and Joint Secretary Ma'am, and under SRTMI, this Dr. Mukesh Kumar is also taking the lead. This Ministry of Steel is encouraging various R&D projects on waste minimization particularly, in which NIST has already undertaken 2-3 projects and one is undergoing. One, in the morning we have seen the presentation, development of ramming mass, a particular typical ramming mass suitable for refining reactions within the furnace itself, of induction furnace. Here, we have also thought about to use burnt refractories, used ramming masses, partly recycle it back to the furnace so that my pumping out or new addition to the ramming mass is less. So I'm using lesser resources. And this project has already, Dr. Tripathi has presented today morning that laboratory scale practices are over, trials are over, now industrial trials are to be done. And then the product will be for you. Another project which is already submitted in the pipeline under consideration is waste heat utilization for scrap preheating in induction furnace steel making, which in turn will recover the dust out of that off gases and then put into the system back. And also the waste heat which is going up as in the form of waste heat with off gases will be pumped into the system. Third one is, which is already going on, rather proposal have been submitted, and very interesting project. It is jointly to be carried out with Mahalakshmi Steel, and Mr. Yogesh Mandani has taken a very good lead in collaborating with us, which is under consideration. This is actually use of iron ore fines, which are few years back it was thrown away. Now they are converting into pellets and reused into the steel making system. But the concept is using a tunnel kiln. And tunnel kiln, basically, it is known to have an energy conservation tool or equipment in which efficiency of the furnace is much more than conventional SRL kiln, rotary kiln, and it uses lesser energy and output is much better. Here, this is waste utilization under the process of resulting lesser waste, heat, dust, GHG emission, etc., and improve the productivity of the manufacturing facility. And this is under waste to wealth concept. Now I'll just share you some of the very interesting part. One is you can go for 5S concept in your plant. 5S is actually identifying the materials which are in different category of usages at different stages. Many parts or many metallic parts which are not required by you, but still they are lying in the factory premises. Identify those, take back to your furnace, recycle it. The persons who are already adopted, who have already adopted 5S concept, they have reaped the benefit. Next is waste from DRI. Though it sounds DRI is waste generating, but yes, there is a solid waste. I'm not talking about other wastes because water is recycled, gas is already can be off-gas waste utilization could be there. But solid waste is a char. Is the productivity, the char generation rate is almost 180 kg per ton, in which 0.5 to 0.8% Fe metallic. It can be used with a magnetic separator, though it is used, but still the char which is going back to the either to the furnace or to the boilers, they still have certain metallics into it. Then very interesting is IF slag, induction furnace slag. Are you aware of the fact that induction furnace slag, which is acidic normally, it is generated at the rate of 60 kg per ton if DRI is used alone, having 60% of FeO. Are you aware of it? No. Get your analysis done of the slag. You can have 60% of FeO going through the slag. Now the calculation is 60 kg per ton, having 60% of FeO, FeO 60%, FeO means out of this, in this FeO, 80% is Fe. So ultimately what you are getting? 48 to 50% in the slag, which is equivalent to 50 grade of iron ore. Dr. Mukesh Kumar already shown that India, though it has got 64%, and in future perhaps it is coming down slowly, but there are a lot of countries which have got 50%, less than 50%, and they are still very happy. And we are throwing this 50% iron content as waste, as slag, selling to other plants which cannot recover iron. So it is you are there to recover that iron. Use this as iron ore. Only problem is, yes, I do agree, is a high silica content, which is around 30 to 35%. That makes it acidic. But there could be some research item in it where silica could be partly separated out. And in the morning, someone telling that blocks are, small pellets are prepared out of this, and they are kept in an open atmosphere for 3 months for seasoning. I believe, I was listening to that and I was working on that. I believe this is purely due to extraction of siliceous acid out of that. Whenever this particular solid mass having silica in it absorbs moisture, and this moisture, water vapor, reacts with silica, forming siliceous acid. And that actually is very harmful. So if you keep this slag or pellets or blocks in the open atmosphere, then this block absorbs moisture and water, and then siliceous acid comes out of that. This means some quantity of silica will be gone. And balanced mass, pulverized or powdered slag mass, we can treat as iron ore, mixed with pure iron ore grade and partly diluted, and use it. Even people are trying to recover some of this slag, iron from the slag in the furnace. Because as you know that slag contains iron oxide and silica. Getting silicon out of silica by some reducing agent is very difficult. But getting iron out of iron oxide, we are doing that day in, day out in iron making. So if some carburizer is added at the slag metal interface, not on the slag top, it will burn off. It will be wasted. It will react with the oxygen of the environment. It must be added into the slag metal interface. If your slag thickness is 6 inches, put below that, just 6 inches below that. If it is put, then this carburizer will act as a deoxidizer of the slag, and thereby certain recovery of iron can be achieved. So I think with these words, and another thing is in the induction furnace, we can think about continuous charging. be it any size, continuous charging through belt, conveyor belts, or any mechanism into the furnace, only problem is, hindrance is, variety of scrap sizes. I do admit. But if you can have a scrap processor, scrap shredder in your premises, you can shred the scrap to a definite size and then feed it continuously. And induction furnace is best, result is obtained out of induction furnace if you can feed the charging material exactly at the melting rate of the furnace. Exactly at the melting rate of the furnace. Thereby, what happens? Whatever you are putting in, it is instantly getting into the melt. So no question of temperature fluctuation within the bath. If that does not fluctuate, you need no energy, extra energy to be pumped into the melt. So you will have to decide the melting rate of the furnace and then continuously feed the furnace. What will happen thereby? You can have a grab, you can have a proper hood, leaving as open space just for working, slag poking and slag, taking out of the slag. Thereby you can have entire off gases extracted through APCD, grab the dust, put the dust back into the furnace. And many experts talk that induction furnace is a polluting furnace, polluting facility. It is wrong. I don't believe. As a technocrat, I don't believe that it is a polluting equipment. The faulty way we operate at times is creating pollution. Yes. But if you can have mechanism, lot of units have adopted very good mechanism of grabbing the off gases. They are non-polluting, absolutely non-polluting. There is no question of water pollution. There is no question of air pollution, of GHG emissions. Only thing is, you'll have to grab the dust which is going out of the system. So, with these words, I conclude saying that there could be technologies available, there could be minds available in the country. Set your mind, set the concept of development, and with the help of SRTMI, I think, invent and design projects according to your need. We are there to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bakshi. As we are running short with time, I would just say that Mr. Desai should speak very few lines on export.
Just to get your attention, I'll introduce myself. But first of all, before I go into that, I would like to thank the team here for having done a wonderful job. You've covered the government, you covered technology, you covered incentives, you covered banking, you've covered export. Really amazing job, really amazing job. I've been looking at it from a distance, and I see that, as he was saying, he hasn't slept for the last 4 days, and I can imagine that's true for most of the committee members. Hats off to you guys. Let me give you a very quick, I will not take more than 4 minutes. And if you're getting bored, please, anybody raise your hands, I'll stop. My name is Himanshu Desai. I'll qualify myself so you understand how much to listen to. I'm from a company called New India Electricals, and we are about 48-year-old company, and we've been exporting to 45 countries. I don't manufacture anything except for assembling. I'm here to just share with you what is it that you can export and why you can export. You would think, most of you would think that, oh, steel, that's something I make and that's something that is made all over the world. Who would buy my steel? As a trader, I won many awards for exporting products that are made in India and I'm selling to, including China. I sell electrical products, electrical motors, pumping systems, panels, and all of these to China also, and to all African countries, to most of our neighboring countries, and including Latin America. So I'm saying, please don't limit yourself thinking that, nahi, mera maal kaun kharidega. And the reason to export, I'll give you a very quick synopsis. I had prepared a 12-slide PPT, but we'll forget that for now. I will just brief you, run through that, because this is my blood. I've been doing exports for the last 15 years, and I've traveled to over 40 countries of the 45 that we export to, starting with the most dangerous one, which is Nigeria, and the easiest one, which is Sri Lanka. For example, in Nigeria, they say, don't step out of your zone or your house after 6 o'clock, no matter what. And in Sri Lanka, they say, sir, come after 6 and we'll have a good time. So that's the dichotomy with which I've been working on. Now, just so you understand, when I started export, it took me, the first customer took me 1 year to get there. Took me literally 1 year. And after that, and that customer had me waiting outside in his waiting room for 4 hours. He said, you're an Indian manufacturer, please, wait outside. This is 15 years ago. This was in Sri Lanka, Colombo. And today, he would be willing to sit outside my office for 4 hours. I'm not joking. It is not me. It's not me, guys. It's Modi ji, and it's the government, and it's the industry that's done that. And I can tell you for sure, it's an amazing experience. You start thinking of export. All you need to do, if you have 2 brothers, 3 brothers in your family, steel is this sector is more family oriented. Give one person a responsibility saying, hey, look at exports. And I'm telling you, it's an amazing market. In India, sir, what is your margin? Can I ask you? 3%, 4%? Huh? मतलब 5 मिल गए तो गंगा नहाए. 1, अच्छा. Sir, please step into Africa. If you may have gone there for holidays and looking at animals. Please step into it to understand. The margin that you will get is nothing less than 30%. I'm not kidding you. Go with the delegation, go with the government, meet the local. Now, Indian government is doing some amazing job. Any country that you go to, they have an embassy. Our Indian embassy has such an amazing team. They will tell you where to go, what to do, how to get things done. Don't think कि यहाँ बैठे बैठे होगा. You have to have. So just 3 things that you need to do. Dedicated person on this. And set aside 15, 20, 25 lakhs saying, ye gaye mere dube. And please focus on this market. The export potential for steel, for any kind of steel. अब मैं तो motor वाला हूँ और panel वाला हूँ. I am exporting steel. I'm not kidding you. I just got an order for 180 tons of steel out of nothing. I mean, I just quoted on some tender and they said, sir, your price is the lowest. And I had no idea how much it was. I'm not kidding you. Please believe me. And this is the same. If you and Indian steel guys, you guys are experts, yeah. आप तो मतलब कूड़े से भी steel निकाल लेंगे. This is your capability. I joke about Bombay taxi drivers. I say that the efficiency that they can get out of that Fiat car, that old car, nobody can get. Similarly, the Indian steel manufacturer, the MSME sector, you can run a steel mill like nothing, yeah. Fantastic. Take an old mill from here, please, believe me. Take an old mill from here, take it to a country in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, I can name 20 of them. And run it over there at lower efficiency, 1 minute ke liye. I'm telling you, you will be able to, because we are very good at jugaad. Not only jugaad inside the mill, but jugaad outside the mill also. We know how to talk to people, we know how to talk to government officers and get things done. Africa is 25 years behind us in every way. In every way, except for mobile phone, jo wahan hai. Please use this opportunity. All I wanted to tell each one of you, whatever turnover you're doing here, try to see if you can do 10% of that for export. Initially, you may feel कि यार ये बहुत paperwork है. वो एक ज़माने में था, अभी कुछ नहीं है. Straight away पैसा आता है. LC payments, there is very little risk. But there's one thing that I would like to warn you. And that is, if something is too easy to be true, then it is too easy. Somebody says, I'll pay you 10 times the price, bakara bana raha hai. But if somebody says, I'll pay you 30% margin, trust it. There is a potential, there is a good market, and if you need to know anything about where to go in Africa, where to go in our neighboring countries, I'm certainly willing to help, and I'll rest with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. It was very late, but it was very nice and sweet to hear you. कभी दिन में मिलो हमसे. Now we would just ask our exhibitors, please.
Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our last and a really power-packed session? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Now we'll be having a few presentations by our exhibitors. So may I please call the exhibitor from Electrotherm India Limited, please, to come on stage and present.
Can you ask him, please? Good evening. Since we have been running short of time, far behind the schedule already, I'll try to make a very quick presentation on recent advancements, technological advancements for steel making through induction furnace route. May I request to display our presentation? Okay, I think they are not able to display the presentation. Let me tell you, as we are all aware, steel is produced through three major routes: blast furnace, basic oxygen furnace route, electric arc furnace, and induction furnace route. Apart from these three, there are some other processes like open hearth furnace, Corex, but they have been contributing very small quantity. India last year, in year 2017, produced around 101 million ton of steel out of an installed capacity of around 134 million ton capacity. Out of 101 million ton, around 30% or 29% to be precise, is coming through induction route. Around 46% is through BF/BA of basic oxygen furnace route, and around 25% is through electric arc furnace and Corex route. National Steel Policy 2017 has set a target that from current installed capacity of around 134 million ton in current year or last year, it will be enhanced, it will be built up to around 300 million ton by year 2030-31. So all the three routes, BF, BOF, electric arc furnace and induction furnace routes have equal opportunities. But here I would like to put across why induction furnace route especially will excel, especially in short run. Say induction furnace route is normally not as enormous or big as basic oxygen furnace route is. Normally here the plants are anywhere from the capacity 50,000 up to 1 million ton capacity. But the capital investment required for induction furnace route based plants are much lower. A fully integrated plant through induction furnace route, starting from beneficiation to pelletizing to DRI making, coal-based DRI making, power plant, steel making, and rolling, hot rolling. If one has to create a capacity of around 1 million ton through this route, it will require around $350 million, around 2,000 crore. Whereas a similar capacity through BF-BOF route will require around around 850 to 900 million dollar, which is around 6,000 crore. Therefore, it is much lower as far as the capital investment is concerned. Secondly, the gestation period, the time required to make a plant through induction furnace route is much lower. An induction furnace based plant, if it is only melting and rolling unit, it can be probably installed in less than 1 year time. But if it is a fully integrated plant, starting from beneficiation to rolling, probably it will require 1.5 to 2 years time. But still, it is less than half the time which is required for a fully integrated primary route plant, blast furnace, basic oxygen furnace route plant. Third, see what an investor wants. Cost in terms of capex and opex. Capex is definitely low. Here, as we talked, as I explained, 40% of the capex is required for induction furnace based plant. The operating cost through induction furnace route is highly competitive. You have the flexibility to use high percentage of sponge iron, number one. Number two, you don't have to depend on items like, coking coal, which is required for basic oxygen based plant. Secondly, you don't need to import refractory, which is required again for primary and electric arc furnace based plants.
Gentlemen from Electrotham, we would like to hear more something about the new innovative or something like what has been the upgraded technology which has Electrotham coming up.
Sure. So to make this route highly competitive from operation point of view, we have innovated a lot over last 5 years especially, and last year we introduced a DTI model of induction furnace, what we call DIFOC, digital inverter fiber optic communication based equipment. This equipment is consuming as low as 470 kilowatt hour energy, which is probably the lowest in the industry compared to any other route, even electric arc furnace. In case of electric arc furnace, it is not only electrical energy, you require oxygen, carbon, and lot many other materials. Secondly, after melting, you have to produce a good quality. So a producer is not only worried about the capex and opex, he is also worried about, or he also has to ensure that the quality of the produce is as good as produced through any other route. Let me tell you, with the introduction of ERF, LDFOS technology around a couple of years back, now one can produce, and there are several units in India who are producing low phosphorus, low sulfur grade steel as well. They are able to produce any construction grade steel, almost any long product, and even low and medium alloy steel as well. On the casting side, so melting, refining, and then casting. On the casting side, we introduced high-speed caster. First, we introduced modular caster because there have been numerous. If we have seen, there are more than 1,000 induction furnace-based plants operating in the country. Out of this, most of the plants had very small induction furnaces with very low shed heights. So we introduced 5-6 years back, we introduced modular caster, and these modular casters have changed the way the steel making is done in India. They have enabled the producers to produce in billet, which is far superior in terms of quality compared to ingot, which is less cumbersome, which requires less, manpower as well. High-speed caster has also enabled, direct rolling of hot billet coming out of the continuous casting machine without reheating in between. If you have to reheat, then you lose a lot of energy. First you cool it down and then you reheat to increase the temperature from again ambient to around 1100 degrees Celsius. The moment there is a direct rolling, you are able to save around 1,000 rupees a ton. So therefore, this route, induction furnace-based integrated plant, yes, in order to have a good, quality product, one will have to have the complete process machinery, a good melting equipment, efficient melting equipment, good refining equipment, and a fast casting equipment so that the plant is fully integrated. Nevertheless, it has to be, environment friendly as well. And induction furnaces, especially in the last couple of years, has not only the company like ours, and there are other companies who are manufacturer, designer, and manufacturer of,
We are short of time, please.
Yeah, hardly 1 minute, maximum 2 minutes. There are many companies who have been working very closely, watching these operations, and they have come out with technology which can capture the complete fume coming out of induction furnaces, which has not been happening in the past. Yes, the entrepreneurs making the plant through induction route, they will have to invest for this technology to have control over the environment. So cost in terms of capex, opex, quality in terms of physical as well as chemical composition, any mechanical properties, absolutely at par, and gestation period less and environment friendly. This is what induction furnace based plants can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Electrotham. Now I would like to call Eastern Bearings Private Limited. For 2 or 3 minutes, you just introduce your company because everyone knows about the bearings.
Hello. Thank you so much for giving us such a platform. And thank you, Yogesh. You're being very sweet and very kind to give such support to us. Really, it's good for a round of applause to him. Thank you so much. Well, abhi last session mein, Ajay ji was telling us about 2 A's, Arjun and Abhimanyu. And our company also starts from A, ARB bearings. So we are also trying to actually चक्रव्यूह को तोड़ने की बहुत कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम लोग. And we are getting very good support from the Indian and as well as export. We have been exporting our products to 25 countries. I myself have traveled 60 countries, and believe you me, people outside India have supported us a lot. So, जैसे मोदी जी कहते हैं ना कि make in India, make in India. So I tell all your industrialist people, please, Indian companies को भी support करिए. We have been using such amazing technology, amazing softwares, amazing equipments, which are making us as a really world-renowned things. And I tell my technical person to please present a very short 1-minute presentation. Please, I will not take more than 1 minute.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you. I would like to thank everyone who are present here. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity you gave to us represent our company, ARB Bearings. We are the Indian bearing manufacturer. We are here to represent and tell something innovative. What are the innovations we are doing in bearing industry? What new things we are doing in bearing industry? Before I start about my innovations, about my organization's innovation, I would like to introduce some information about my company. That we ARB Bearings are 28-year-old Indian bearing manufacturer. We incorporated in 1990. We are having 3 manufacturing units. All are in Sonipat, Haryana, and we are having 1,200 employees on roll. Our manufacturing capacity is around 1,400 sizes, 14 million bearings per annum. Our annual turnover is 360 crores. This is our annual turnover. This became possible just because of our faith we gained from our customers. These are our 3 manufacturing units and corporate offices. We are having all manufacturing facilities in-house, like grinding, turning, quality checks, and heat treatment processes. We are having product range. I believe that all of you are aware about our product ranges, but I just want to give you a small brief. We are manufacturing spherical roller bearings, taper roller bearings, ball bearings, multi-row bearings, and all kind of bearings. Apart from bearings, we have developed some new products to enhance reliability process of our customers' equipments, customers' machines. Bearing induction heater, vibration pan, hydraulic pump, temperature gun, and X-series bearings. We are catering steel industry, power, pulp, sugar, cement, aggregate industries, and on-road and off-road vehicles. Our few reputed customers are presented in this slide. We are catering in almost all the cement segment. Also, apart from cement segment, you can see few are revenue customer in cement segment, sugar and paper.
1 minute
Our
over.
global presence is in 25 countries. We are exporting 25 countries and registered in approximately 60 countries. Technology globalization. If you talk about technology, technology globalization, I would say that apart from bearing manufacturing, we are giving
Please
some.
conclude. We are up with the time, please.
Thank you.
Now the next and the last and the final one, Danieli India Limited. For a 2 to 3 minutes presentation, please. Thank you.
Good evening all. Today I'm going to present to you a nano mill technology in the range of 2,50,000 tons to about 3 lakh tons per annum rolling mill, right from electric arc furnace, caster and rolling, with a direct connection between the caster and the mill through induction heater route. This is about the Danieli. Almost everybody knows about Danieli. Danieli presence worldwide. So what is nano mill? Is a new concept for compact steel plants situated for regional and extra low capex investments. You can see in the figure the size of the nano mill compared to the conventional mills. It's quite small. So Danieli today is into 3 types of mill. The conventional mill is a mini mill, which ranges from 3 lakh to 1,50,000, 1.5 million tons per annum EF-based plants. Then we are into micro mill, MIDA, which is the latest concept of Danieli, which is endless casting rolling without cutting the billets, which Mr. Sridhar Rao took up in the morning. Then the nano mill concept, which is also EF-based and also induction furnace-based melting units from 1 lakh to 3 lakh tons per annum, which may be for this market where we are today now. The concept is like from melt shop we have either the electric arc furnace or we have the induction furnace route. The basic difference is between the scrap what we are going to use in both cases. These are some calculations which we can discuss maybe one-to-one case. This is the route. The top one is the electric arc and the bottom one is the induction furnace. And there are 2 ways we can do it through reheating furnace or through induction route, direct from the caster to the mill. This is the temperature profile through the mill, through the complete melting process, casting and rolling. Then in this we have standardized 4 types of mills. Nano 150 stands for 1,50,000 tons per mill. Accordingly 200, 250, 300. 300 stands for 3 lakh tons. These are standard packages we can supply. Like Nano 150 we can give you a Nano 150 complete from melt shop, caster and rolling mill. These are the different tons per annum capacity for all the different types of mills. So this is the basic connection between the caster and the mill. You can see here we have the cutting, the hot box, the induction heater and the rolling mill. There is no reheating furnace in this case. Yeah. Then you can see a general layout of a 1,50,000 ton rolling mill. We have the electric arc furnace, caster and the rolling mill through the reheating furnace. And we have a reversing mill and continuous stands. And similarly, we can have a complete continuous mill also instead of a reversing stand. And these will be in the range of 2,50,000 tons per annum. This is the typical layout from the caster to rolling mill. These are various cross sections of the caster. Some pictures of the rolling mill with slit rolling. These are some references of the nano mill we have, Angola steel. We have 2 mills there. The second is under construction. This is a micro mill which we have in CMC, Arizona. Just a short movie. Starts from the electric arc furnace, scrap melting in the arc furnace. Then we go to the casting, and from the casting it is without cutting the billet directly going into the rolling mill. There is a single pulpit between the caster and the rolling mill. This is the DRB system where we cut the commercial length of 12 meter directly on the cooling bed without any cold shear, and we can sell it directly in the market. These are our latest pictures from a recently commissioned mill in Sri Lanka, Melwire. So we've just commissioned about a month back. This is 250,000 tons rebar mill. Thank you.
Thank you, Danieli India Limited. Now I declare here the session to be end. Session 4 is to be end now. Please.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of today's conclave. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and our exhibitors without whom this event would have not been possible. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 more minutes, just 2 more minutes. Please take a seat, 2 more minutes. We would like to thank our sponsors, Mahalakshmi TMT, Sun Vijay Group, Kalika Steel, Bhagya Lakshmi Steels, SRJ PT Group, Om Sai Ram Steel, Guardian Castings, Rupam Steel, Bhagwati Steel, Metro Ispat, Vistar Steel, Rajari Steel, Surya Ferris, Regency Group, TRMA, Gitai Steel, Sun Steel, Gopani Iron, Mohan Fabtax. Can we have a huge round of applause for our sponsors? And now we would like to also thank our exhibitors. We would like to thank Electrotherm, Danieli, HNK, AR Group, ARB Bearings, Sparkonix, Ganpati Alloys, New India Electricals. Let's have an applause. Our exhibitors were out there. And now, without further ado, may I please request our SRAM member, Mr. Shravan Agarwal, to please come on stage to present his vote of thanks.
Firstly, let's give us a huge applause to team SRAM for hosting such a wonderful event under the leadership of Mr. Yogesh Mandani. Honorable Shri Chaudhary Birendra Singh Ji, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and respected members of the Steel Ministry, eminent representatives of ISRA, Steel Re-Rollers Association of State of Maharashtra, Gujarat, MP, Chhattisgarh, and Goa, other respected dignitaries, officials, representatives, administrators, secretaries of Steel Ministry, our President SRAM, invited guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of SRAM and the entire Steel Re-Rollers Fraternity of India, would like to thank each and every one present at the MSME Steel Conclave 2018 West Zone, and I take this opportunity to also thank all the speakers who shared their important work, findings, and opinions today at the present audience. I hope all were useful in terms of present needed and requirements of our industry, and it appears that the outlook for the steel remains positive over the years to come with continued support from the Steel Ministry. I also extend my thanks to Steel Re-Rollers Association of participating states for their representations today, and hope that these state Re-Rollers Association will come forward and make such events an annual affair. Ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues at SRAM who know their job and are result-oriented. I cannot thank everyone enough for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. On behalf of SRAM, once again, I want to state that we are almost grateful and a big thank you to all esteemed dignitaries from the Steel Ministry, State Ministers, Government and Ministry Secretaries, Speakers, representatives and members of Steel Rerollers Association from India. All attendees and last but not the least, media, for being with us today. It's been a great pleasure to host you today. I request all of you all to please join us for cocktail and dinner 8 p.m. onwards in this hall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the glorious end of the conclave, but the celebrations have just begun. We would like you to visit our exhibition stalls of our exhibitors that are outside. Also, we'll see you at 8 p.m. for drinks, cocktails, and dinner. Thank you. Thank you so much.